morning, my little couch potatoes, and welcome back to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, I got mine, some delicious snacks, which I do not have, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. That's me. This is Couch Court with Llama, and today's court is sponsored by my dogs, Zoe and Kita, the queens of inconvenient. They're lucky they're cute. How is everyone this morning? I hope well. Again, I apologize for the delay. Dogs are gonna dog. Couldn't have went out in the 10 minutes I sat here just twiddling my thumbs. No. No, they need to go outside right when it's 8:30, so that's great. Good morning, Lady in Gray. Good morning. Good morning, Polly and Angie. Good morning, all. So we do have Annie with us here today, but she's not ready yet. So we'll bring her on in a little bit. But I have something to tell you guys this morning. Oh, good morning, Mama Llama. Good morning. So last night I was perusing the internet and I found this article that I was like, WTF, we're not doing this. This isn't okay. I think this is weird. In my opinion, I think it's weird. We'll see what you all think. Okay, so this story comes out of Chandler, Arizona. Okay, and there was a road rage incident in 2021. One guy kills another guy named Christopher Pelkey, and I don't remember the guy's name who killed him, but you know what, whatever. Oh, Gabriel Paul Orcasitas? Well, anyway, that guy just had his trial conclude. He was found guilty, but during the sentencing, you guys, during the sentencing, his family did something very weird. Very, very weird. What they did was they made an AI video of Christopher Pelkey, the victim who passed away. They used the AI video with his voice to do his own victim impact statement to the judge. The prosecution was asking for 9.5 years. The judge said he was moved, apparently, by this AI victim statement and ended up giving the guy 10.5 years. I don't know how you all feel about this, but I feel like that's not right. Because I wouldn't want somebody thinking that they know what I would think myself. I wouldn't be here anymore, and sure, you're not here, so who gives a shit, what people say you would say. But I mean, have you guys ever been to a funeral of somebody that you know really, really well? And like, yeah, it's sad they're gone, but they'll be like, oh, they were the greatest person. They were so kind to everybody, so generous and thoughtful and blah, blah, blah. And you're like, I knew that person. Okay, that is not at all how they were ever, but whatever makes you feel better. Right, Polly? It's too much. I don't know. I don't think that things like AI need to appear in court at all. At all. If this is allowed, which it was allowed, this is the first time that's ever happened. Where are we going to draw the line with that? I don't know. It's weird, but guess what? I pulled up the video so we can all see how weird it is together. Okay. And again, I understand his family's grieving and that's fine. I can't believe the court allowed this to happen. And it's so weird, you guys. It's so weird. So let's, this one, I think is the one I need here. Oh, that's the wrong screen. There we go. Okay. Prepare yourselves because it is weird. Okay.
And here's the AI version, Forgiving the Shooter, scripted by Stacy.
It is a shame we encountered each other that day in those circumstances. In another life, we probably could have been friends. I believe in forgiveness and in God who forgives. I always have, and I still do.
I love that AI. Thank you for that.
The state asked for 9.5 years. The judge gave 10.5 for manslaughter. We asked the Arizona Supreme Court about the general use of AI in courtrooms. Justice Ann Scott Timmer said AI has great potential, but also risks if misused. For the Pelkey family, they found justice and a measure of peace, especially after one of Stacy's children reacted to seeing Uncle Chris one more time.
Mom and Dad.
Okay, that's all we're going to watch about that. That is some weird Black Mirror shit right there, and I am not a fan. Not a fan. Bells also says, no, that's effed up. Yeah, it should not be allowed. It's weird. I don't think that's right. I mean, to put words in any dead person. I mean, that's the thing in court, right? Like, you can't. I understand that sentencing, right? It's not evidence, right? When victims' families go up to testify, about sentencing, it's not evidence or any of that. But there's one thing in court, right, where you couldn't know what somebody else was thinking, right? They object to it all the time. So why would something like this be any different than that? And we don't know how that guy is. I mean, his family wrote it, so of course they're going to have, these thoughts. I don't know. It's weird. Mama Llama says, no, no, no. Don't worry. I won't do it if something happens to you. But isn't that weird, you guys? I don't like it. I also saw some other videos of deep fakes, and oh boy. I really think that we need to rein in this AI thing and how it could affect the legal system a lot. Some of the stuff I've seen lately, I am like, oh boy, that is creepy, and that could cause some really big problems, especially in the court world that we all enjoy to watch. Oh boy. Lady in Gray says, I don't like it. It shouldn't be in the judicial system. I don't think you could put up enough guardrails for its use. Exactly. Exactly. And the judge said it influenced him. He enjoyed it. So why are they doing this? I don't know. I feel like that somewhere down the line might be used for an appeal of some sort. Again, the guy was already found guilty, but still, it's weird. I don't like it at all. But anyway, I wanted to share that with you guys. Court, we still have, 13 and probably longer than 13 minutes before they come on today, but I was excited. Oh, by the way, I removed my old nail polish this morning, and so my fingernails are green. I do have fingernail polish to paint them during the trial, but if you're like, well, girl, why are your fingernails green? It's because they stained my nails and parts of my skin. I don't really know what to do about that. But here we are. Here we are. So yesterday in the Karen retrial, we had, at the time, Detective, I think, he's retired now, but then he was Lieutenant Gallagher, who they did like the worst investigation known to mankind, and they were fine with it. It was very not okay. We found out they didn't collect they didn't collect Arlo? Was that the name of the whatever? Ring, no, it wasn't Ring, but whatever. They didn't want to collect the video from the neighbor across the street because the detective just knew, again, you can't just know things about, anyway, didn't collect the video because he had picked up a package for the guy that lived there before, and the homeowner sent him a screenshot when he did it, so he knew that the camera couldn't possibly have picked anything up. Even though he didn't know that. He just assumed. And so that video was never collected, which is crazy to me. Because he was like, oh, I knew it only showed the front door. At a cop's house? They only put the front door, not all the way out to the street. That seems crazy to me, but okay. Oh, Bella says, I think we need to be wary of all AI. I agree. I agree. It's getting really, really weird and creepy. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Lady in Gray says the photo could have been cropped before it was sent too. Yeah. I mean, is there a zoom in feature on, the surveillance camera? he doesn't know that. And the fact that he was just like, yeah, it was good enough for me because I've seen it. Whoever knows how long before. It's crazy, you guys. So crazy. Um, and then who did we have after him? I don't know. There's some fuzzy areas. I know we had one guy, Charles Ray. I missed his testimony because I had phone calls, so I don't even know what he testified about. I know there was like a dash cam, and he showed up at John's house in the morning, and Karen's car was there. And then we had the guy from CERT, which is like a search and rescue group that they called to come like look through the snow. They only managed to look for in the snow on the road, not in the yard, in the street by the curb, and they found a few pieces of plastic taillight, and they found John's shoe next to the curb. Now, the road had already kind of been plowed, so we can't say for certain that that's exactly where it was, though it would have been covered by snow. And that doesn't look good, in my opinion, for Karen at all. But we need those taillight pieces to be confirmed in some way that they do belong to her type of car. Maybe that will come later. I don't know. Again, did not watch the first trial. I have no idea what's coming next. But we can't. Again, we don't want to be Detective Gallagher and just assume that it's Karen's taillights. That's not how this is supposed to work. So that doesn't look great for Karen, but I'm going to need some more confirmation before I'm like, oh yeah, that seems great. Bill said, I just finished watching a stream with two detectives from Las Vegas. Gallagher made them so mad. Yeah, I haven't watched any other like Elio's takes on this. I've seen a lot of police or former police, I'm not sure, cover this, and just from their thumbnails they don't seem to approve. So I think that I might watch some of those sometime, because yeah, it's not great. You don't have to be a freaking detective to know that they did a horrible job. Just horrible, like Detective 101 here, and they didn't do any of that. Oh goodness, sorry, I did it yawn. Sorry, I haven't had that much coffee yet today. Hold on just a second. Angie says, I was rewatching Trial 1 and had forgotten Timmy Albert had fled a hit and run and ended up in Brian Albert's yard. He was arrested, but charges later dropped. Go, imagine that. Can't remember year, but interesting he got off. That is interesting. Is he one of the brothers? Is he the one brother that's not a cop? Is it that guy? Okay. Oh, look who's here to join us. Yay. It's the lovely Annie. Good morning, babes. Good morning.
Good morning. I tried with the mic on.
Oh, that's all right. Getting... Was that Mr. Annie?
He has his headphones on for work because he's home this week.
That's cute.
So he just heard a noise and was like, what?
Good morning, Mr. Annie.
I said, good morning, Mr. Annie.
None.
So Lady in Gray says she saw a comment from X. More snow accumulated during the day on January 29th than the hours of 12 to 6 a.m. How could they find taillight at 5:30 p.m. but none at 7 a.m. when there was less snow? Oh, that was our other testimony yesterday, which was one of the testimonies I was waiting for, was the weather guy, the meteorologist. He was a cute old man. So a lot of people found it boring, but I did not. I was paying close attention. And between the hours of midnight, excuse me, midnight to, I think it was 3 a.m., not even an inch of snow had fallen, you guys. Like, not very much snow at all. And enough, what did they say? To track a cat. That's what the weather guy said. They were like, how much snow is that? And he's like, it's enough to track a cat.
I
Which
must
was
have missed that.
Oh, you
That
missed
would have stood out. Oh my gosh.
They brought it up several times in the
That's
testimony.
ridiculous.
Yeah, he was like, well, there was enough snow on the ground to trap a cat. And so,
So I would like to know what the rest of their like measurements are, or what the rest of like.
okay, so between 12 and 3, they get less than an inch of snow in the area. Guess what an inch of snow doesn't do? It doesn't cover a whole
Cover a
body.
body.
Okay, it doesn't do that at all. Everybody would have seen him laying there. Okay.
Mhm.
By the time 6 in the morning rolls around, when they find John, there's approximately 3 to 4 inches of snow on the ground. So then from like 6 to noon, 1-ish, it picks up, I think about not an inch per hour, but it starts to accumulate a lot in the early morning hours of the
Okay.
29th. By 1 o'clock, it starts dumping snow. Like that's the height of the blizzard snowstorm. They get like 7 or 8 inches. By 8 o'clock at night, they've gotten about 27-ish inches of snow on the ground. Okay. But all of that comes
Hmm.
later. Okay. And they
Mhm.
don't even call the CERT guys to show up till, what was that, chat? Was it 4:26 or was it 5:26? Either way, it wasn't until the later afternoon, evening. As a matter of fact, the CERT guys, when they get there, it's dark outside. They only have them search the road. And by the way, I did find that witness to be very credible. It seemed like he was just doing his job. I don't think he was an officer of any kind. He's just the search and rescue, right? They find missing people and think they have a whole system of searching. Except they didn't search the yard because they said it just wasn't possible, right? There was a crap ton of snow at this point. But they told the police, hey, just let us know when you want us to come back and search this yard, okay? But we did all we could do tonight. They never called them. They never called them back at all. So the weatherman for me was really important because now all the witnesses that were at the party that have testified, the ones that were like, oh, there's all this snow and it was a blizzard and we didn't see anything. It was so awful outside. No. Oh, and visibility at the time was 1.5 miles. And they're trying to say, oh, I couldn't see a body in 70 feet away from the front door. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Okay, so that guy, he did nothing for the prosecution.
No, he did nothing for the prosecution. And
But he was their witness?
He was their witness, yes. And I felt like, because I think it was Lally was questioning him, I'm pretty sure. And Lally kept trying to bring up the afternoon snow, right? And he didn't really do the time frame as much, okay? He just kind of had the guy mostly testify that there was this many inches of snow. It was a blizzard. But then defense came in because I'm pretty sure it was a lessee. It was a lessee because I was like, ooh, I love all of this. This is all of my favorite things. Weather
Good choice.
and lawyers. Oh, I love it, right? So he comes in with the time frame. He makes the guy do math on the stand. But yeah, that witness was not great for the prosecution in my book. Again, there's no reason. Less than an inch of snow. I think he said like, I don't know, 0.8 of an inch or something. It was literally nothing.
What?
Was on the ground, which goes for the one brother. What was his name? Ryan Nagel. So when he arrived at the house, he could still see grass through the snow. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't believe any of the younger adults really complained too much about the weather, but all the other adults did.
Wow.
Oh, it was dark and snowy.
Excuse me. Hand in front of my face.
Let's see let's see what they got going on over here. Angie says also they said John O'Keefe was on bare grass, but when Ellie arrived with it barely snowing, they couldn't see where John was laying. Right? It did look from the scene pictures, it did look like there was snow under him, but again, I don't think there was a time on that photo. That was another thing, is there's not like, oh, wait, no, you were around in the morning, right? When Gallagher brought the cups for them to see, like, next to the car in the
Yes.
garage, and stupid things like that. Amos says, don't forget the snow that had already been on the ground before the midnight to 3 a.m. Right, but I think he said it was like 2/10 of an inch. Like it was it was enough to track a cat,
Like,
whatever that means. There was no neighborhood canvas. Isn't that 101? Even Chandler Halderson did that. It's the God Chris Watts, yeah. I mean, at least Gallagher said he didn't do that. I'm gonna go with nobody did based on these comments, but we still have other people other law enforcement to testify to that, so we'll see. Oh yeah, if you guys haven't yet, please like this video so it lets everyone know that we're live and that this is where the party happens. It appeases the YouTube gods. Also, you know, subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell so you don't miss when we go live, because this isn't the only show we have on this channel. Actually, speaking of, since today's Wednesday, Wednesday is also Midday Missing Day. So when court goes to their lunch break, we will redirect everyone in the stream over to watch Miss Terry True Crime and Midday Missing. Don't worry, we will be back plenty of time before court comes back from lunch. But she covers missing persons cases every Monday and Wednesday. And these cases are ones that don't get a lot of attention. For whatever reason, most of the time it's because society doesn't see them as a perfect victim. But, you know, we believe that everyone deserves to be found and every family deserves answers. And then tomorrow night we have True Crime and Wine Time podcast. Terry and JT and myself will all be on at 9 p.m. Eastern. So definitely subscribe, hit that notification bell so you don't miss us. And I feel like there was one other thing I was supposed to say. Too early. That's okay.
there's nothing for Discord.
Lady said Mr. Gilman is a nice man, and Alessi crossed him well. Yes, the weather guy was, I mean, he was just there doing weather stuff. He was just like, yeah, I'm just here for that. So he used the man's own report that he was so proud of and turned Mr. Gilman into a defense witness. Yes, he did. And he did the work. Like I said, it wasn't, the defense definitely won the first two witnesses of the day. However, the search team finding those pieces was kind of a win for prosecution. But like I said, I need more info on those taillight pieces and that they match. But yeah, why they wouldn't have been able to find those even at 6 o'clock. Well, let's all go back though to how Jen McCabe ended her testimony last week. She said, and there were red taillight pieces all around his body.
Mm-hmm.
Yet nobody picked them up. And I think Chad said that was like the first time that she's ever mentioned that. So hello JT, good morning. Annie, he loves your glasses.
Yeah, contacts did not make it into the routine this morning.
Well,
I was like, nope.
yeah, those days. Bell said when watching Gallagher's testimony, he said regarding leaf blower, he was looking for glass. How did he know there was glass? It's a good question. It's a good question. Oh, and we did see some clips from Karen Reed's interviews. They weren't a good look for her. They weren't great at all. Not the worst, but hard to come back from something that's in the defendant's own words. Because she said, you know, oh, I took the glass out of the bar, my vodka tonic, I took on the way out to the car, so which was a regular thing for everyone, apparently. And that John took it when he got out of the car. So that wasn't great for her. Because they didn't bother to even look to find where that glass was from. Because it was like, you know, your standard, like, pint glass, heavy bottom, thick glass. No, Annie, we can't hear her, no.
Great. She is going hard.
Going hard. She just wants to be a star. Annie, gosh. So, yeah, I don't know who's going to be on the witness today. I'm pretty sure they finished up their witnesses Yeah, they finished early yesterday. So
Mm.
I don't know who's going to be on the stand. And then
I
with
need to pull up my
the cert
spreadsheet.
guy, I think defense. So Jackson didn't end the day well, in my opinion. He seemed tired. He was kind of tripping over all of his words, and I don't know if he really did a lot there, because I think what he was trying to get across was that some Canton PD showed up, like 4 of them. You know, did you see them go anywhere? No. Did you? He was hinting that, oh, what was the guy's name? Tolly?
Mm.
Detective Tolly, maybe. He was like trying to draw some focus to him. I don't know. It didn't really do much for me because I did find the cert guy to be very credible. So, but my problem with that is that they never asked them to come back. So I don't know if that's bureaucracy there or neglect.
Mm.
I don't know which one it is. Gallagher assumed it was a cocktail glass, not saying it wasn't. He also assumed it was not from a nearby house. Well, don't worry, guys. He stepped in the house, he went into 2 rooms, and he said, you know what? Nothing could have happened here. Because nothing popped out to him in the whole 2 rooms he went into. In a huge ass house. But okay, sure. Sure, buddy.
Whatever.
Good morning, 80s. Good morning to you.
Hi, 80s.
So yeah, that was pretty much yesterday. I don't know how today's gonna go. Because they still need to call Officer Sergeant? No, that's not his name. Seraph, who was
Yes.
at the scene when John was found. They need to call him. They need to call Officer or Detective. Like, listen, I'm going to mess up their titles, but you know what? They didn't put that much forth. They didn't put that much effort into this investigation, so I'm not going to put that much effort into their ranks. I'm just going to assume things because that's what they do. So it's fine. All right. But then we have Officer Detective Lank, who was there a lot. I think he interviewed people, but he was also the house that Carrie and Jen were parked in front of, talking to his wife for an hour that we're not supposed to think is suspicious in any way.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, we have the infamous Proctor, who also needs to take the stand. So I think we have to hear from all 3 of these people. They brought him up enough. So,
I mean, the defense is going to call at least Proctor, right?
oh yeah, oh yeah.
It would be stupid not to. And
I mean, could you imagine if the prosecutor doesn't call the lead investigator or the ME?
yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know that it would surprise me at this point.
That's true. That's true. Let me put up our little. We got the ceiling fan, you guys. Now, how many people on the jury would even think that it was weird? Probably not a lot of people. Maybe though. Oh, I timed that up so well.
Oh.
Even though I know she's just going to be like, we're going back to sidebar.
So I'm told counsel wants to see me as the jury's coming over. Why don't you come up to sidebar?
Oh, that's exactly what she just said. Never mind. I'm not even what she just said. I just heard counsel once. I don't know if you guys could hear that or just us.
I heard it.
Okay. I heard the counsel wants to see me. So why don't you all come up to sidebar?
That the timing could not have been better. Okay.
Bev.
You said, did they already call the officer? I don't Wanless? Ryan?
No.
don't
Good
remember.
morning, Amy Beth. Good morning. No, I need to pull up my witness list too. You know what? I think, I don't know, maybe this weekend I'm going to go through the witness list of ones that testified, and I'm going to mark which ones I thought impacted me in some way for a decision, you know? Because there's a lot of people.
I don't want to do that.
Wait, who did you ask it was on the... Okay, Proctor is on both the witness lists.
Oh.
But the defense witness list is longer than the prosecution's witness list.
I wonder if I would pull
And
up
only half the people are on both witness lists.
Mhm.
So, again, I think all defense needs to do is have a concise timeline
One.
and I think that would help the jurors out a lot, because if prosecution can't do that, they're making a mess of everything. Oh, John's mother looks very pretty today.
Here you go. Here's who I said. I just don't know how to say it.
Ryan Wanless?
Landless?
No, we
Landless?
definitely haven't had that guy. I'd remember typing that in for the banner.
I thought so. Okay.
What does he do?
There's still a ton. He's a Canton police.
Oh, okay.
So there's a ton of them. And they have not called. Okay, hold on. Just the police, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more Canton police. And then like mass police that are on the Commonwealth witness list.
Oh, the state police.
Uh-huh.
They already had 1, 2, 4. They had 4 total witnesses for the prosecution that were supposed to be from the MSP crime lab. And we've only heard from 1. That was the blood math lady. So here we are today, folks. Ooh, really hoping they call Trooper Paul again. Me too. I heard it's rough. I heard it's more rough than Red Solo Cup guy. That's saying something, because I got secondhand embarrassment just listening to that. To Gallagher. Ugh.
Am I reading this correctly? That Turtle Boy is a witness?
I had heard that too, but I don't really understand what that means. But
Currently
yes, I
on
believe
the
so.
Commonwealth witness list, it looks like he number 18. Not that they're going to call him that order, but like on the list that we have.
Oh, he is on the prosecution list. How was that helpful?
He's like the biggest.
I guess maybe
fan.
for the alleged harassment and all of that, he could be like,
but that doesn't have anything to do with the murder of John.
No. But he'd probably use it to try to give the other questionable witnesses more like, see, they must be telling the truth. Look at what all they have to deal with from this guy. I don't know much about him. That's just what I'm just spouting off.
I don't know much about him either. I just know he's like hardcore FKR. Pre-carried.
Yeah.
You know, but
hold on. I forgot to send Buffy an invite if she wants to come on later. This one's for the morning, though, because we're going to have 2 parts today. Oh my gosh, what could they possibly be meeting about? I'm trying to decide if I'm going to paint my nails. I got this purple, right?
Ooh.
Or I got this blue, sparkly, like the galaxy color.
I like the sparkly one.
The sparkly one. I'll probably do that. But that one, you always have to put on so many coats. So many
Yeah,
coats.
so it's like the thin, it just kind of glosses over a color. I don't know, maybe the other one then, because those, at least when I get them, okay, they get clumpy and it's obnoxious.
Yes. Oof. Oh boy, strong smell there. Maybe I'll go with purple and then put this on top.
That would be cool.
We're doing beauty things today. That's about the closest you're ever gonna see. Du bloof. I will do bloof. Amos. I'll do it. Oh, Buffy says they think the text between Karen and Turtle Boy show consciousness of guilt. I do remember you saying that now. I do remember that. I don't know how true that is. I never read them, but the chat says both. Do both. Okay. Well, I will do that, and then I will show them to you. But right now they're green. Oh, and you know what else I don't have today? A shadow monster.
Yeah,
I didn't do anything.
It was the shirt, man.
I do. I think it was the shirt too. The mysterious, is it blue or is it periwinkle? I don't know. Lavender, maybe? It looked different in all the lights.
Come on, Bev. Get today started, man.
And then she'll bring in the jury, and we're going to have to wait another 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And then she'll apologize to them for it starting late. Well, why can't y'all get there early? Y'all know you need to talk.
Yeah. Oh, they're coming back now.
Jurors in, Tony, please. Thank you.
You are unmuted.
Yeah, that's what I heard too, Bells, which is very interesting. Exactly. Get it together, Bev. You're wasting all of our time. And we don't even get to watch your conversations, which annoys us because we're nosy. Check there's no sound or anything right now, but I'm going to check and make sure. Okay. I think it was the last witness from yesterday. Brennan gets up to the CERT guy starts questioning the CERT guy, I think it was, and he's like yelling into the microphone, like, why are you talking so loud, sir? Why are you yelling? I mean, I appreciate being able to hear always, because Jackson kept stepping away from the microphone, which is annoying. She always apologizes to the jury. I would like for her to personally and publicly apologize to the llama and the couch. Me too. Me too. I was told she's exact on times. I think she's just throwing everything to the wind this time around. Bev sounds like she skipped coffee. Send the bailiff to get Starbucks. And pick me up some too, please and thank you. Actually, Elbow Feet got me creamer last night, so I'm not drinking the powdered creamer, which is bleh. So I'm probably going to be drinking a lot of coffee. I like Karen's dress she's wearing today.
I like what I've liked what she's wearing every day.
That's true.
I like this one better than yesterday's.
I wonder what it says on the side of the Kleenex box. It says something.
The questions. Someone posted a picture of Bev from the other day that honestly looked like she was asleep. Oh no.
I mean, we all almost fell asleep during the CERT guy. Okay. It was boring. But you know, the boring ones are those are usually the fact finder ones. Like that's what I think sometimes. Like, oh, they're boring because they're just spouting facts. The only reason the other ones are interesting is because they're dodging questions and being shady and asking to see every report for every 30 freaking seconds. Talking about you, Jim McCabe.
I don't recall. I remember exactly.
I remember exactly because it's the same every time. The transcript, it's not the same every time, but sure, Jen. Sure. I'm looking to see if Jen is on. Jen McCabe is not on the defense list, is she? Oh, she's on both their lists. Yeah, she's on both their lists.
Yikes.
But just the daughter, Allison McCabe, is only on the defense list. That's interesting. Because I'm pretty sure I heard she testified for the prosecution last time. When we watched that documentary.
They've called the whole McCabe family the trio.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, ouch. So it's a Good Sam or medical examiner. So prosecution has 1, 2, 3 witnesses that were Good Sam or medical examiner. And then one that's on both of their lists, so 5 total, or 4 total, I mean. But the defense, I'm not seeing one that just says, yeah, and me, so I don't know.
Amy Beth said that she thinks Allie admitted.
Just for the record, I think Ms. Little had an opportunity to review the redacted exhibits from yesterday, and I don't think there was any objection to them.
All right, thank you.
Interesting, Amy Beth. Oh, we're gonna get our hear ye. If a person is a positive, they are still subject to sequestration from trial. Yes, unless family exemption. I'm talking like Jim McCabe. Yes, you are under that until you are released by the court. And I don't think I've heard any of them being released at the moment. Because usually they'll say it after a witness gets off the stand. They'll ask both teams, prosecution, can we release this witness? Defense, can we release this witness? And they'll say yes, or they'll say no.
Hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your presence, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
I want that
Good morning
job.
again, counsel. Good morning.
How do I get that job?
God save the
Have to ask
judge.
you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from
Let me do that.
discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or
for sure.
investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. No, or should we? All right, Mr. Brennan, your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Connor Keefe.
Go ahead. You say Connor O'Keefe? Because there's Aaron, Paul, and Margaret. So, unless I'm crazy, but I'm not seeing.
Good morning, sir. Follow me. Gonna step up, raise your right hand. Thank you, clerk. Thank you.
You raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your last name for the record?
Sure, my name is Connor Keefe. The last name is Keefe.
Mr. Keefe, where do you work?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
What's your position with the Massachusetts State Police?
I'm assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Are you a trooper?
Yes,
When did you first start beginning working as a Massachusetts State Police trooper?
2017.
Did
It's
you
only on
go
the
to
defense
basic
witness
training?
list.
Yes, the Academy.
How long was the academy?
Approximately 6 months.
Welcome.
Did you have any further training after the academy?
On the job training?
Yes.
Yes. In various specialties.
What's your role at the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I am assigned to the homicide unit where we investigate homicides, unattended deaths, suicides, stuff like that. And I'm also a digital forensic examiner at the district attorney's office.
Did you have a role in investigating this case?
Yes.
Were you assigned investigator in this case?
I wasn't the main investigator, but I was involved, yes.
Did you deal with any of the digital forensic evidence?
Yes.
Specifically, regarding the digital forensic evidence, did you meet anybody to obtain a phone?
Yes.
Who did you meet?
I met Jen McCabe and Kerry Roberts.
When you met with them, did you have to obtain anything from them?
I obtained a consent form and their cellular device.
After you received their devices, where did you bring them?
They were brought back to the forensics lab located at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
And what, if anything, did you do with either or both phones?
I conducted a forensic extraction on those devices.
An extraction, is that a copying an image of the phone?
Yes.
Is that different than analyzing the phone?
Yes.
Were you involved in analyzing Kerry Roberts' phone?
No.
Were you involved in analyzing Jennifer McCabe's phone?
No.
Was your role limited to attaching it to grade key and doing the extraction?
That is correct.
And did you do that?
Yes.
In addition to the phone extractions, if you take us back to January 29, 2022, were you involved in going to 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Massachusetts?
Yes.
Do you know about what time you went there?
Approximately 5:30.
I don't know. I only see.
What
him on
was
the
your
defense
role at
witnesses.
34 Fairview Road that evening?
I was asked by my supervisor, Lieutenant Brian Tully, to assist in processing the scene at 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Massachusetts.
When you arrived at 34 Fairview Road, was there anybody else there?
Yes.
Who was there?
Lieutenant Tully, members of the Massachusetts State Police CERT team, the Special Emergency Response Team.
Are you part of the CERT team?
I am not.
Did you see what the CERT team was doing?
They were conducting an area search very front of the lawn and the street or road in front of 34 Fairview.
Did you have any role in that actual searching of evidence?
No, I did not.
What was your role, limited role that night?
To process any evidence that was discovered during the search.
When you say process the evidence, can you explain briefly, what does that mean?
Sure, I was had evidence bags, and if a piece of evidence or an item was found, I would place that item into the evidence bag.
And why would you do that?
To secure it.
How would you become aware if there was a piece of evidence found?
The CERT team would alert the supervisor, Lieutenant Tully, or myself that there was an item or a piece of evidence, and Lieutenant Tully would then take a photograph of it, and then I would secure the piece of evidence in a bag, evidence bag.
Do you know if those photographs were time-stamped?
I believe so.
Oh, we reached 1400
Your role was to put the
subs.
evidence in the
Awesome.
bag and return it to the evidence room?
Correct.
Did you do that?
Yes.
If I could begin, I'd like to show you on the screen a series of exhibits. If we could start with Exhibit 74, please. Trooper, do you recognize that item?
Yes.
What is it?
That is a black Nike shoe.
Did you see that item that night?
Yes.
74A, please. 74B. Thank you. Is that the same sneaker?
Yes, sir.
After you were alerted to that sneaker, did you place that sneaker into an evidence bag?
Yes.
A
Did
real
you
one?
bring that item with you today?
Yes.
Do you have gloves?
Yes, sir.
Do you want the lights on, Mr. Brennan?
Please, thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Gilman, you can take the photo down, please. With the court's permission, I'm going to move this piece of evidence, item into evidence.
Okay.
Let me ask you a few questions before you open it. Could you stand and show that
Yes, sir.
bag? There's red tape on it. What's that for?
To secure the bag closed.
If the bag is open, is it then retaped?
Yes.
Do you write on the outside of the bag?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
To memorialize the date, time when the evidence was collected.
Oh, what?
Could you open the bag and show us what's in it?
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you should point that out, Brennan. Your one yesterday was like, there was no chain of command. I don't know. I didn't seal it or put it in the right bag or anything. For days.
Sorry.
Does anyone else get anxiety when they have to open a box or a package or something in front of people?
Yes.
Christmas and
presents.
stuff?
Yes.
It gives me so much unreasonable anxiety about it.
Well,
Like,
'cause
do
there's
I even
only
know
so
how
many
to use
times-
scissors? I don't know.
But it's because there's only so many times, even when you're genuine, that you can be like, "Wow, thank you, I love
With the
this.
court's
This is
permission, can he show the item?
amazing."
Belle says yes too. So it's Lady in Gray and Claire.
Trooper, is that the same item that you found that night?
Yes, sir.
If you could place it back in the bag, I'd ask this to be marked as an exhibit.
All right, any objections, Dean Eddie?
There's no objection.
Also, good morning, Claire. Hope you're doing well. Good morning.
Sir, you mentioned there's writing on the outside of the bag.
Yes.
What type of information do you write on the bag?
Date, time, location, who is collecting it.
The time that you write on the bag, is that the specific time the item was found, or does that represent a different time?
That could represent a different time.
And why would that be?
If you're processing multiple things at once, you're bagging things at different times, then when you seal the bag, that can be the time that is annotated on the bag.
Can the item be found before the time on that bag?
Yes.
Would you ever write a time later than when the item was found?
Yes.
I'd like to move now to Exhibit 75, please. And preferably 75A, please. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
Is that one of the items you bagged that night?
Yes.
And if we could turn to 76A, please. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
Is that an item that you bagged that night?
Yes.
Do you have both of those items with you?
Yes, sir.
Could you produce those, please? Ms. Gilman, you could take that down, please. Thank you. 570.
Yes, sir.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the trooper to open the bag and show the jury. Sir, on those items that are stickers, did you put the stickers on them?
I did not.
Do you know where the stickers come from?
I do not.
Do you know if these items are ever sent to anybody other than your evidence locker? Are they ever removed and given to lab personnel and technicians?
Yes.
Do you know if that was done in this case?
Yes, I do.
Inside that bag, is there just 2 pieces, or is there another piece in that bag?
There was another piece in the bag.
When you put the taillight pieces in that bag, how many pieces did you put in the bag?
I put 2.
Do you know if the other piece in the bag is a piece that broke off, or do you know how that arrived there?
I do not.
Could you just pull out that other small piece and show the jury as well? Is that smaller piece consistent with the same color as the 2 bigger pieces?
Yes.
Is it consistent with the same material?
Yes.
If you could put that back in the bag, please. I'd move this into evidence, please.
Okay. Back and it's a sidebar. Convenient. Yes.
So, Mr. Brennan, I leave it to you and the witness how you do that part.
Yes. Sir, on the small chip piece, you don't know how it became chipped?
I do not.
I'd ask you to remove that chip. I'd like you to safely secure it, bring with you, and bag it when you leave.
Yes, sir.
And then I'd like to introduce that exhibit.
78.
So we're going to mark the little chip.
Would
Ms.
like to mark
Giannetti
it?
asked to
Okay.
mark that. Yes.
Then we're going to submit that for identification. So the small chip that I
Madam
asked you to
Clerk.
secure.
Madam Court Reporter has an envelope for that.
Thank you very much.
Exhibit 78.
Thank you.
Exhibit BB for identification.
Thank you. Trooper, we have one more bag of items to go through.
Yes.
Could I have Exhibit 73, please? Sir, if you could look at Exhibit 73 on the screen, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
A piece of clear plastic.
Is that piece of clear plastic, when you saw it, was it at ground level?
Yes,
Did you bag that item?
I did.
When you bagged that item, was there another item along with it in the same bag?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
If I'm showing you a photo, you recognize what's in it?
Yes.
What's in it?
The piece of clear plastic.
Is that the second piece in the bag, separate from the last exhibit?
Yes.
Fair and accurate depiction of how you saw it that morning?
Yes, sir.
I'd move this into evidence as an exhibit, please.
Okay. There's no objection, Ms. Giannetti?
There's no objection, no.
Exhibit 79.
With the court's permission, could we show Exhibit 79 to the jury?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, would you be able to close? Thank you. You recognize that item, sir?
Yes.
And did you bring those two items with you, the past exhibit and this exhibit?
Yes.
Could you produce those, please? Are these different in color than the last pieces you showed?
Yes.
With the court's permission, could the trooper show these pieces?
Yes.
Thank you, trooper. I'd move these items into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Exhibit 80.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trooper Keefe.
Thank you, sir.
All right, any questions, Ms. Giannetti?
Please, Your Honor, thank you.
Yannetti. I feel like he doesn't
Okay.
question very much. Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Trooper Keefe, you testified that you received the cell phone of Jennifer McCabe and of Kerry Roberts.
Correct.
With regard to the cell phone of Jennifer McCabe in particular, you had her sign what is called a consent form, correct?
That's correct.
What is a consent form?
It allows the trooper or law enforcement to, with the owner's consent, we are able to conduct an extraction of the device.
Okay. And on that consent form, there is a description of the item itself?
Yes.
In this case, it would have been an iPhone 11.
Yes.
And there also is an identifier with regard to a specific phone called the IMEI number.
The International Mobile Equipment Identifier.
Okay. And that would be included on the form as well because it identifies the specific iPhone 11 that Jennifer McCabe had, correct?
Correct.
The password was provided on that consent form,
Yes.
and the form was signed, correct?
Yes.
By both Jennifer McCabe and by you, correct?
Yes.
And there was also a second trooper that would have signed the form as well?
That's correct.
With regard to the timing of the signing of that form, Jennifer McCabe dated it February 2nd of 2022?
Yes.
You also dated it February 2nd of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Jennifer McCabe did not list a time, but you did, correct?
I would have to look at the consent form.
Okay, so your memory, you don't remember what time you indicated or if you indicated a time, but looking at the consent form would refresh your memory?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Wonder where he's going with this.
Now, I just ask you to read that silently and then look up at me when you're done, Trooper. Having reviewed that form, does that refresh your memory as to whether you indicated a date and time?
I did, yes.
And what was the date and time that you indicated?
It was February 2nd, 2022, 12:08.
And that would have been 12:08 p.m.?
Correct. 12:08 p.m.
The document that I handed you is not an original, correct?
No, it's not.
Does it appear to be a precise copy of the original, however?
Yes.
May I offer that into evidence, Your Honor,
Is
please?
there an objection, Mr. Brennan?
No, subject to redaction.
Okay. So don't put it up on the...
I will not.
Exhibit 81.
Now, Trooper Keefe, as of January 29th of 2022, you were colleagues in the same state police unit as Michael Proctor, correct?
I was.
At that time, was the unit called the CPAC unit or was it called Norfolk County Detectives?
I don't recall when it changed.
Okay, it's been called both, correct?
It has.
As of January 29th of 2022, there were only 10 troopers in the unit, including supervisors, correct?
I don't know.
It's a small unit, is it not?
Relatively small.
Within the CPAC or the Norfolk County Detectives, every case that comes in is assigned to one particular trooper as the lead investigator in the case, correct?
That is something that a supervisor would do, not me.
And have you been assigned as the lead investigator in other investigations?
No, not a homicide investigation, no.
You have not yet.
No.
The lead investigator is the trooper who is responsible for the case, correct?
Yes.
Michael Proctor was the lead investigator for the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe, was he not?
Yes.
If somebody asked within your unit while this case was going on, whose case is it or who has that case, your answer would have been Michael Proctor, correct?
Oh, I see what
Yes.
he's doing here.
The two of you have worked cases together in the past, correct?
A few.
You've worked on this case with Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, within your work on this case, you actually partnered with him for certain assignments within the case, did you not?
You'll have to be more specific.
Sure. So for instance, on October 21 of 2022, you and Michael Proctor interviewed Sarah Levinson together, correct?
No, I don't recall that.
And it's nice.
If I may just have a moment, Your Honor.
Okay. I need to throw away this purple nail polish. It's kind of old.
Oh. Too much for you.
It just isn't applying very well.
Oh, I thought you said bold, not old.
Oh, no.
No.
Old.
Okay, Trooper, you do not remember interviewing Sarah Levinson on October 21 of 2022 at 12:20 p.m. at the Norfolk DA's office. Is that your current testimony?
Yes.
Okay. If you saw a copy of that report, would that refresh your memory?
To an extent.
May I approach you, Honor?
Yes.
No, not at all. Yeah.
I've placed a document in front of you. I would just ask you to read that silently to yourself. Look up at me when you're done.
Basically, it seems like he's just trying to prove that Proctor is the lead investigator because everyone's been very dodgy with that question. So.
It just seems like a weird, I mean, okay.
And Trooper Keefe, just so we're clear, I'm not going to ask you any questions about the specifics of what Sarah Levinson said, so you don't have to brush up on that.
I'd just like to refresh. Take a
Sure,
look, sir.
go ahead.
Sarah Levinson. It is pretty funny.
I mean, I assume Proctor's gonna, say that when he gets on the stand too.
What? That he was the lead investigator?
Yeah.
Apparently
Maybe
he
not,
keeps
I don't know.
denying it. Apparently they keep denying it.
Oh, really? That makes this make more sense to me. Okay. Oh.
Does that refresh your memory as to whether or not you participated in an interview of Sarah Levinson with Michael Proctor on October 21st of 2022?
Yes, I don't recall the specifics, but
So when you say yes, is it your current testimony that your memory is refreshed that you were actually there?
yes,
Okay. And the two of you would have participated in that interview together, correct?
yes,
But you did not write the report, correct?
no, I did not.
Michael Proctor wrote the report, correct?
Yes, he did.
He was the lead investigator writing the report, correct?
Yes, he wrote this report.
He chose the language to use in that report, correct?
I did not have any input on how he wrote this report.
Right. You had no input, you weren't standing over him while he was typing it, correct?
Correct.
Now, other examples of, and actually, let me take that back from you if you don't mind. Let me approach Judge.
Yes.
Thank you. You're welcome. Other examples are the reports on the videos that you, well, strike that. Let me start by saying this. You, or asking you this, you retrieved videos from both the Waterfall Bar and Grill and C.F. McCarthy's, did you not?
That's correct.
You and Sergeant Buchanan retrieved the videos from C.F. McCarthy's, correct?
Yes,
But lead detective or lead investigator Michael Proctor was the one to analyze the video and write a report on it, correct?
I would have to see that report, sir.
Sure.
Yeah, I think that's what they're doing, is establishing that for when he goes to deny that he was lead investigator.
Okay.
Making people confirm that they believed he
Okay.
was. Because he asked these, well, yet Yannetti didn't, but Jackson asked these questions of Gallagher yesterday morning. We want the receipts.
And again, if you'd read that silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
Ooh. There's the sparkling. Made a mess,
I'm
whatever.
surprised there's not a record of who. I mean, I guess I'm not because there's not a ton of records that are reliable on this case, but there should be a record of who was lead for what cases.
Oh, I think that's what Yannetti's trying to establish here.
Mhm.
That, because that's how it works, right? There's always a lead person, lead detective in charge of all the. We've seen it a billion times, but they're all kind of like, we don't know who is in charge.
Yeah, I caught myself halfway through that one, Buck.
We forgot where we were.
Sorry, my bad.
Okay, having reviewed that report, does that refresh your memory about Michael Proctor being the one to write the report on the analysis of the waterfall video?
Sir, I only obtained a copy of the surveillance video. I
Right.
did not do any analysis on the video.
That's my question. It was Michael Proctor who did the analysis, correct?
Yes,
And that, by the way, I said waterfall. Is that C.F. McCarthy's there, or is that waterfall?
this is C.F. McCarthy's.
Okay, I meant C.F. McCarthy's. He was the one to review that video, correct?
Yes, again, I only got a copy of the surveillance video.
Sure.
I did not do any
And
analysis.
with regard to the waterfall bar and grill, that was another circumstance where you and Sergeant Buchanan were the ones to retrieve the video, correct?
Yes,
But again, lead investigator Michael Proctor was the one to analyze the video and write the report on it, correct?
Okay, is he?
yes, I would have to see that report as well, sir.
So right now he's trying
Now,
to get this guy to admit who the lead
Another
prosecutor
member
is
of your
on this investigation,
unit
which is not
was
this guy, it's a different
Trooper
guy.
David DeChico, correct?
Yes,
Within your unit, did Trooper DeChico have
be happy to
a
explain
nickname
later.
for a first name?
Objection.
May we approach?
Oh, okay, look at that. They were like, you know what? Izzy needs that answer, and she needs it right now. Perfect. Thank you, Gabby,
Sidebar.
for giving us. Yes, thank you for the sidebar. So, apparently, in this case, sorry, I'm painting my nails, guys. Apparently, in this case, in most typical cases, there's a lead detective. We watch a lot of trials, right? So it's like one detective who usually brings everything, all the evidence in, talks about the case, blah, blah, blah. Well, in this case, it seems like nobody wants to admit that their lead investigator, especially Trooper Michael Proctor, because he hasn't testified yet, but I hear it's pretty bad, pretty bad. So they've asked, they asked a detective who was on the stand yesterday, who was in charge, and he was like, oh, I don't know. Sometimes different people are in charge. Sometimes it's more than one person. No, it's not. So this guy just brought in evidence. Normally you wouldn't see a lawyer question the person that's just responsible for opening the package. It's usually a very boring process that you hardly ever get crossed on. But he's trying to make
Trooper, in terms of the
other officers admit
troopers that were in
that's
your
who was in
unit
charge.
as of January 29th of
Because a lot of people are liars with his
2022,
pants on fire.
which members of the unit had the least amount of time in the unit at that time?
I don't recall.
Were you one of the newer members of the unit?
As of January of 2022?
Yes.
Yes.
Trooper Michael Proctor had more experience than you did as of January 29th of 2022, correct?
He could have. He'd been on the job longer.
Okay, well, if he had been on the job longer, then certainly that means that he did have more experience, correct?
It depends.
You attended the autopsy of John O'Keefe on January 31st of
I did.
2022. And with regard to other members of your unit, you were the only one to attend that autopsy?
Yes.
That was done at the medical examiner's office
The medical examiner's office in Sandwich, Massachusetts.
in Sandwich, Mass. And it was Dr. Irene Scorti-Bello who performed the autopsy, correct?
Yes.
Had you met her prior to that day?
No.
Had you spoken to her prior to that day?
No.
Did you know before the autopsy was performed that your former colleague, lead investigator Michael Proctor, had discussed the case with Dr. Scorti-Bello without telling us what you knew of what was said?
Objection.
With regard to Dr. Scorti-Bello's knowledge of what the state police theory was of what happened, did you have to explain that, or was it your understanding she already knew what your theory was?
Objection.
Mrs. Stage, you can ask that differently.
What, if any, conversations did you have with Dr. Scorti-Bello about what your unit's theory was about what happened to John O'Keefe?
There was no theory.
Okay. You did not provide any theory to her, correct?
I did not provide a theory.
You learned at the autopsy from your observations that John O'Keefe had 2 black eyes and a swollen right eye, correct?
Yes.
You also learned that there was a small cut above his right eye, correct?
Yes.
and there was a small abrasion on the left side of his nose, correct?
I would have to reference the report for the exact words.
Okay. If I may have a moment. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah, and by the way, this trooper, Michael Proctor, has already been fired because there was an internal investigation into this group of people for
So I
their
placed
poor
another
work on
document
this
in front of you.
case.
Just take a look, read it
And he ended up
silently
being
to yourself,
fired.
and look up at me when you're done. And I would direct your attention to the second page for the question I just asked you.
Yeah, that's what I think is happening too. But this guy's taking it as like he's trying to do a gotcha on him, but really he's just using this guy for down the road. Is
Having
what I'm
reviewed
getting
that
from
report,
it.
Trooper, is your memory refreshed as to whether you observed a small abrasion on the left side of John O'Keefe's nose?
Yes.
Now, was this the first autopsy that you had attended, or had you attended ones in the past?
I cannot recall.
It could have been the first one?
Most likely not.
When you're attending an autopsy as a member of the CPAC unit or the Norfolk Detectives Unit, you are expecting that the medical examiner is going to examine the body, correct?
Yes.
And you're there to witness that examination, correct?
Yes.
At the end of the examination, you are expecting that there will be a determination as to cause and manner of death, correct?
Not a,
In this case, when the autopsy ended, you left the medical examiner's office, correct?
yes.
When you left, your understanding was that the cause and manner of death was still undetermined, correct?
Objection.
You knew when you left that Dr. Scorti-Bello had seen the scratches or bites or injuries to John O'Keefe's arms, correct?
Objection.
You knew when you left that in your presence, Dr. Scorti-Bello had seen the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm.
Object to the line of question.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Okay? Jurors, feel free to stand up.
You heard her. Feel free to stand up and do your stretches.
I'm going to sit and do my stretches.
So apparently prosecution doesn't want to call this medical examiner because her findings is not matching their theory. Okay, so they're using this guy to talk about the ME's findings or to bring all this up because the defense plans on calling this medical examiner, rumor has it, and the witness list, because I believe we have not heard from an ME yet in this trial. That's my second big witness that I want to see. We already saw the weather guy. He is my first one. The second one is medical examiners and stuff. But so he's just confirming all this and starting to plant the seeds with the jury that something's going on with this autopsy and stuff. Like there might be some disagreement here. And that's kind of what he's trying to get out of this guy. I don't think he's trying to like attack this guy's investigation, but he's trying to use him to get that information out there for later when we have other people testifying. Because this guy seems pretty, I don't know, for my read of him, like not a big deal. Though I could be wrong.
So he's being a little bit evasive, not invasive.
Oh my goodness. So usually, like I said earlier, we don't see all this cross for somebody whose role is to just come in and unpackage the evidence and submit it to the court. It's normally boring. And I'll say this, it wasn't as loud and crunchy. Those noises weren't all over the place like they usually are. I do not like packaging ASMR. Do not like it. Do not like that. Let's see here what the chat has to say about what I brought up, because they know better than we do, because both Annie and I did not watch the first trial, so.
Okay, you may not get a chance.
Were you watching Dr. Scorti-Bello as she was conducting the autopsy?
Yes.
Did she appear to be looking at John O'Keefe's body?
Objection. It's the same thing, just ask a different.
What direction were her eyes facing when she was examining John O'Keefe's body?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was she looking at the ceiling, Trooper?
She was doing her job conducting the autopsy.
And in order to do that,
the body.
I'm sorry?
She was looking at the body, I assume.
Thank you. And looking at the body, you saw her looking at the body, correct?
Yes.
And looking at the body included an arm, correct?
Yes.
And it was the arm was not covered up during the autopsy, correct?
No.
It was open for you to see, correct?
Yes.
And you saw the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm, correct?
Yes.
You didn't see any bruising on his arm, correct?
I don't recall.
You didn't notice any obvious broken bones, did you?
I'm not a medical expert.
And it is common practice for the state police to attend autopsies when there's an undetermined death, correct?
Yes.
It is not at all common for the defense to attend an autopsy, correct?
I've never experienced that.
Right. And there was no defense attorney or defense expert at the autopsy of John O'Keefe, correct?
Not when I was there.
You were there, correct?
Yes.
And there was nothing that prevented you from giving input to the doctor as she examined the body, correct?
We don't give input. We give the facts that we know so far in the case.
Okay. Well, giving the facts is giving input, is it not?
It's not input.
Okay. Did you talk to Dr. Scorti-Bello during the autopsy?
Yes.
And you gave her information, if you don't want to call it input, correct?
Yes.
And at the end of it, you left without her ruling it a homicide, correct?
Objection.
I have nothing further.
No, none, thank you.
All right, you're all set, Trooper.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, jurors, this break we're going to take now?
We just started. She did say break, right?
Yeah, I just heard her say break. Ma'am.
Okay.
All right,
I like-
we're going to take a break. The lawyers and I have some work that we have to do, so it's a little bit longer break than we normally take, and it's a little bit earlier, but we did get coffee for you, so we'll take a recess now for the next half hour, maybe a little bit.
Okay, so whatever's happening, they're about to argue it in front of us.
Okay, well, they're getting
So,
coffee.
they got the jurors coffee. It better be good coffee. And she said that the lawyers and her have stuff to work out, which hopefully means they're doing it in front of us all and not some just paperwork. I feel like they're about to argue something. Ooh, somebody said earlier, I think it was Angie, said that
probably
ARCA
Angie.
had to turn in their report by today.
Yeah, that's right. The 7th.
So
think
this
that
might be
was
an
Angie.
ARCA hearing or some sort of motion hearing. I don't know.
Buffy, was it you? One of the people more knowledgeable.
Captain. Good morning.
So I want to talk a little bit more about what we talked about at sidebar. And
Let's talk about it.
I read the decision from Maryland, just cursory while we were waiting for the witness. And that was a March decision. And I can't stress enough that this should have been brought up before today. So I'll hear you about your concerns, Mr. Alessi. I'll hear the Commonwealth's response, then I'll go finish reading everything else you gave me. So what are your concerns about Jessica Hyde? I don't know if she's Dr. Hyde or what, but
Jessica Hyde.
I remember she testified the last trial, so you have transcripts.
Who's that, Chad?
Understood, Your Honor.
Yeah, who is she?
I first want to just get quickly the evidentiary basis. This is straightforward judicial notice.
Talking to Mike Alessi.
There are two
Just
separate
the mic.
decisions which require two separate.
One's a Massachusetts case, so that's easy enough.
Okay, so, and that's a shall.
It's an SJC case, so yes.
Yes, okay. So now to the Maryland case. So that's governed by federal, Massachusetts Rule 39A, and that is records of courts of other states or of the United States. The Act provision is the records and judicial proceedings, and of course a court is judicial proceedings, of a court of another state or of the United States shall be competent evidence in this Commonwealth if authenticated by the attestation of the clerk or other officer who has charge of the records of such court under its seal. So I have with me, Your Honor, that State v. Herrera, Maryland case. I have the certified copy with me from the clerk.
All right, so we can mark that for identification.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is a prosecution witness, it looks like.
May I approach?
Yes.
Okay.
CC for ID.
Okay, thank you.
So, assuming Your Honor determines that the seal is the seal, it is a mandatory under the rule that it shall be competent evidence, it shall be in evidence. And to the extent the Commonwealth seeks to argue relevancy or materiality, that argument is precluded, Your Honor. And the best evidence of that preclusion is the immediate section below in Rule 39, which is notice of foreign law, which is not this, but it says there, the court shall upon request take judicial notice of the law of the United States or of any state, territory, or dependency thereof, or of a foreign country, whenever it shall be material. So the drafters of this rule knew how to put in a qualification or condition when they introduced materiality in B, but they didn't do it in A.
Okay, so focus on what it is you think Jessica Hyde should be prohibited from testifying about.
Oh, Your Honor, I am not seeking to prohibit her from any testimony under this rule. What I want to do is to have it admitted in evidence, have it published, and question her on what she presented to the court in the Maryland case, what was presented, her report, because it was deemed not reliable. And that is what...
In one area, right? One specific area?
Well, you can call it one
The
area.
decision.
Right. Oh, yeah, just what's in the decision, but there's two parts to that decision, two areas. It's FLH, frequent location history.
Right.
But what the court also got at was Apple source codes, that she didn't have the Apple source code.
Nobody in the country has the Apple source codes, right?
Point exactly, Your Honor.
What is it so you want to put in her report and question
Applesauce.
her about a proceeding in Maryland? I need to know exactly what you're asking
If I could
me
proceed
to allow.
with the answer, Your Honor, I
Go
will
ahead.
explain it. It's a very short answer.
Okay.
What I want to do is with regard to her 227 timestamp and her anticipated testimony on that, where she uses a tool, Celebrite, to determine and come to a conclusion about that timestamp, she is not using Apple source code to find out where that's located specifically in the phone and what it means. She is using a surrogate to do that. And I want to cross-examine her on the topic using this decision to say, in Maryland, you tried to do the same thing with regard to FLH. You tried to use a surrogate approach and make an opinion about whether that is in fact what's in the phone. She can't do it, and that means her testimony on 227 is not reliable. I'm not looking to exclude it. I'm looking to cross her on her reliability for the conclusions I anticipate she's going to make on 227.
So if she is not asked about that, then what?
Oh, if she's not asked about the 227, and I want to think about it, but I'm 99% certain I am not going to pursue that at all.
Okay, what do you say, Mr. Brennan?
This is an attempt to try to malign a
Mr.
witness
Bunny.
with something that's wholly unrelated and not relevant to what she's going to testify to or the basis for her opinion. It is not a law that is admissible. It's an opinion. It wasn't even about a specific case. It was about a peer review. And so in a Daubert hearing, the court did not allow testimony on significant location. That's not the case here. Try to conflate the argument saying it has something to do with Apple 227. There is absolutely no basis for that argument. They want to say that another court rejected something about you, therefore the jury should reject you. There is no relationship between what she is going to testify as a basis and that opinion. That opinion did not say she was wrong. It said that it was not admissible under Daubert, unrelated. Nobody has the Apple source code. No expert can testify about Apple source code. It's only owned by Apple. And so using the words like surrogate is a way to try to cheapen her testimony in front of the jury. This here, number one, what he said, I really can't follow him. I don't understand, other than he's trying to draw some type of relevance and materiality. There's none. There's none. This is not a denouncement. She hasn't been found incredible. There's nothing about her methodology that has been rejected by a court. This is on significant location, and although she looked at it, that's not part of this opinion whatsoever. And so because another court didn't allow something under a Daubert, has nothing to do with this case. Nothing.
And what is it that you expect her to testify to, Mr. Brennan, regarding the 207 scam? We did not have this issue with Mr. Whiffen, right? This was not raised with Mr. Whiffen.
Oh, it was. The 227 timestamp would...
No, that was raised, but this, what was problematic in Maryland, the same thing that was problematic in Arrington.
That's correct, Your Honor. It wasn't raised because Mr. Whiffen has not been Daubertized with regard to Apple source codes. And if I could, Your Honor,
Okay.
Mr. Brennan has made a relevance argument. He keeps anticipating my cross, which he has incorrect, by saying it's not relevant. That doesn't go to the admissibility in my cross. I'm entitled to cross her on her reliability. And if I could, Your Honor, in the State Herrera decision, if Your Honor would look at page 3, please, at the bottom, the paragraph, it says, in assessing the reliability of an expert's methodology, I get to do that on cross. It's not limited to a Daubert hearing. Every expert can be crossed on their reliability of their methodology. And lastly, with regard to the Apple source code, if Your Honor would please turn to page 6, the last paragraph, it says the issue raised in this case stems from the fact that Apple's algorithms are proprietary and the expert did not have access. That's exactly the situation here and what I want to cross her on. So in conclusion, Your Honor, the fact that how she tried to get around the Apple source code, her methodology in the Herrera case, she got Daubertized on because it wasn't reliable. That's exactly what I want to cross her on, is her reliability, how she's trying to get around them. In this case, it's just basic cross-examination.
You can see the plan to dehumanize somebody, Daubertized, to use a term to suggest some type of conclusion that has no basis in fact is an attempt to just dehumanize her and limit her testimony and credibility without any basis in fact. In that case, it did not deal with the search of a tab and a suspended state in Safari. It didn't deal with the timestamp. It was an entirely different issue. By their analysis, if an expert goes into court on a motion on anything to do with data forensics and the court says that issue is not admissible, they should be impeached when they go and talk about a totally different issue in forensic data analysis at another case. They have not shown any evidence that this issue has anything to do with her effort in the timestamp. They just used the word methodology. Her methodology was questioned in an opinion in a different court. Has nothing to do with her opinions here. What information do they have that her methodology in this analysis has been rejected by any court? What evidence do they have that the methodology used in this case is unreliable or improper? They don't have any. In fact, they called an expert themselves in the last case who tried to provide what he believed to be methodology, and they presented that. They proffered that evidence as reliable. No different on this subject. Herrera case is a totally different subject.
Your Honor, first of all, as the court has noted, the first trial is the first trial. This is this trial. I wasn't at the first trial. The most important and probative aspect, Your Honor, is I don't want to have to give away my entire cross in this argument.
No one's asking you to. I'm not asking you to.
There is parts of Ms. Hyde's slide that go to location. There's a good part of her slide presentation. I don't want to depart from the 227, but the good part of her slide presentation that she's going to present is on location. It is with regard to health data steps. So there are certainly aspects directly relevant. Here is the issue with the 227 in addition. There is, for her methodology, she's claiming a certain conclusion and opinion about the 227. There is no peer review. There is no article that she can cite to support her methodology to come to the conclusion that the 227 timestamp, one, doesn't exist anymore, or two, doesn't mean that the search occurred at 227. That's what she's opined on in her reports pre-trial, and that's what I anticipate she's going to opine on when she takes the stand. I'm entitled to cross her on that. We can't be saddled. It's irrelevant what our witnesses said in another proceeding. It's what this witness is going to talk about in this matter, and I'm entitled, and my client's entitled to have me confront this witness on what she's going to testify and her methodology. So my point is, Your Honor, this decision, how do you impeach an expert? That one of the fundamental ways you do it is, and I don't mean to dehumanize her, I won't even use the term Daubertize anymore. She's been deemed unreliable. Attorneys who do experts all the time, that's the verb you use to shortcut it, but I won't use it. I have no intention to dehumanize her. What I intend to do is to impeach her on her reliability. So in conclusion, Your Honor, the Herrera case, she was deemed not reliable. That's competency. You, in any expert that's been deemed that, you get to attack that. If the Commonwealth believes the case is not relevant, if Ms. Hyde believes it's not relevant, let Ms. Hyde defend that on the stand. Let Mr. Brennan make that point on redirect. But I can't have my client's constitutional right to confront her on the very subject matter she's going to testify on by anticipating what I'm going to provide for cross. I've given it, and I respectfully submit, Your Honor, this is basic cross of an expert witness, particularly when their methodology on data forensics has been deemed not reliable by a court. And one part is the location. She has in her PowerPoint she's going to testify.
Do you intend to introduce that, Mr. Brennan?
It's not significant locations. There are locations in the database that develop the opinion that the timestamp for 227 is not related to the search. They're conflating the issue. She has not been deemed unreliable. It is the issue of the significant locations by that court that they found insufficient. There's no opinion from a court that she's an unreliable expert, and this is how they're going to distort it. Invoking the Constitution and invoking the client's rights has nothing to do with the analysis. That this is a totally separate subject, or an opinion simply wasn't let in a different court out of this jurisdiction. It wasn't this opinion, it wasn't this methodology for the opinions that she's going to offer in this case. And so if you look at the case, it is a totally different related report, different related item. It's as if a reconstruction expert went into a court and attempted to give an opinion about a medical diagnosis, and the court wouldn't allow that medical diagnosis in. In another court, in another jurisdiction, they would not be able to be cross-examined that in some court there was an opinion they offered that was deemed inadmissible, unless they were talking about the very same methodology and the very same point. This has nothing to do with her opinion whatsoever. It's just an attempt to try to endorse the defense's attempt to suggest she's not credible by hiding behind the shield of a different judge and distorting the fact that it's two different methodologies, it's two different issues.
One last word. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. He just said credibility. This isn't a credibility issue. This is a reliability. This is the essence of what experts do. You have to show that your methodology is reliable. It's a red herring to bring up credibility. The court opinion.
And this is the equivalent of a Superior Court opinion, right? It's not an appellate decision.
It is, Your Honor. It is the equivalent. I respectfully don't think that the level of the court is at all relevant. Any court, unless you get it overturned on appeal, then this would be a different matter. But this is a valid case, and even if it wasn't, it shall be in evidence. So there's two issues here, and I think the Commonwealth is conflating that. The question first for the court is this admissible? Can it come into evidence? To me, that's a non-issue. Rule 39 says ipso facto, yes, as long as I've got a certified copy. So it is in evidence. I don't know why we're perseverating respectfully on whether I can question her on something that's going to be in evidence about her. Final point, Mr. Brennan incorrectly says that this wasn't about her. The final sentence, the decretal section on page 7 says, accordingly, defendant's motion to exclude expert testimony regarding the significant location data obtained from the forensic cell extraction is granted. She's the only expert, and her name is mentioned throughout this opinion. It's all about Ms. Hyde. And I'll conclude my last point, Your Honor, where I started, and that is Ms. Hyde's methodology. With regard to her PowerPoint, you heard Mr. Brennan's answer. He has included in her PowerPoint locations, steps, etc. It's exactly what was at issue here. The 227 timestamp, she has no, and this will be developed further on cross, she has no peer-reviewed article to say that how she is determining that 227 timestamp should not be in the data. She has nothing to support that, just like she had nothing in this case with regard to data forensics. Final point is, if the Commonwealth believes that this is irrelevant to what Ms. Hyde did, let them come back on redirect on that. I shouldn't, in anticipatory, have my cross-examination struck before I even get to pursue that with the witness. And I believe once I pursue it with the witness, it will become evidently clear that it's a proper basis for cross-examination.
All right, and Mr. Lessie, have you thought about if the Commonwealth does not get into the 227 timestamp, whether you think you're still entitled to do this?
Your answer, Your Honor, my answer is I would be entitled, but I would say this. If they don't get into 227, I won't go after it. I won't pursue it. I won't pursue use of this opinion.
We necessarily would have to on some basis, because in order for the witness to explain to the jury her opinion that Ms. McCabe did not delete any Safari browser searches, she would have to identify the search, where it is in the databases, and how she can tell, how she knows that it wasn't deleted by a user. The same with the second part of the phone calls, but if I could avoid talking about 227, I would, but it is necessary for the basis of her opinion. There's just no way around it. And again, this is something that after a defendant expert may or may not testify, could be addressed at that point. There is no burden on the defendant. I'm not being presumptuous, although there was an offer of proof earlier on similar evidence, but not knowing the court's wisdom on whether I'll be entitled to rebuttal, I do not want to lose the opportunity to address points that were made in the opening that have absolutely no basis in fact and have not been proven in any way to this point in the case.
So I asked earlier whether the defense intended to call Mr. Green, and you believe that you do, right?
Your Honor, we have not made a decision on what data forensics expert we're going to call, but if I could just 10 seconds.
Okay, but then answer my question after your 10 seconds.
I will. Mr. Brennan can't have it both ways. He can't say, yes, I need to address the 227 timestamp, and then deny me the ability to cross-examine fully on this expert's methodology and to impeach her and to get at her reliability and her competence, which is a key issue of crossing an expert. Her competence has been determined in this decision. And it is her, because it was her report that was the basis for the court to not allow her to testify. They can't have it both ways. You can't say, I need to do it in direct, but no, I want to handcuff the defense on cross-examination. Now to answer your question, Your Honor, we are going to have a witness that is going to address the 227 issue. Whether it's Mr. Green or somebody else, we haven't determined. My point on that, Your Honor, is we shouldn't be limited in our cross-examination of the Commonwealth.
No, I'm just thinking it in terms of whether this might be appropriate for rebuttal. That's.
Yeah. And Your Honor, my point would be that's obviously going to be Your Honor's decision ultimately. But again, the Commonwealth can't have it both ways. They're the ones who are triggering this issue, and I say triggering in a legal sense. They are putting at issue the 227 timestamp with this issue, with this witness. If they weren't doing that, I wouldn't be having this discussion at all. But they're putting it at issue. I have the right, respectfully, to cross-examine on the issue that they're putting in issue, and they shouldn't get rewarded with sort of having a pre-authorization of rebuttal to deal with it. They should have to meet their burden of rebuttal depending upon when the evidence comes. But I don't believe just because we may call a witness, that should dilute my ability to cross-examine this witness on an issue they're raising. I'm not raising it.
You can see why I wish I had more notice on this, right?
Your Honor, I have no good answer for that.
So I will do what I can in the next half hour. I might need more time on this, frankly, but we'll see. She's here?
Your Honor, may I ask one quick? May I, Mr. Becker?
I just want to know, is she here?
She is, Your Honor.
Can she stay another day if need be?
I think she'll do what the court directs her to do. She would have to leave by Friday. She cannot be here. Well, may I approach?
Yeah, why don't you come up?
Hey. Well. Honey. Your face. Oh my God. You're on mute, babes.
I know. I
cut
can't.
those DW.
Oh, you got noise. I see. I understand. So Alessi is bringing up a really good point, right? So we have this digital forensic person coming up, which is a lot like Ian Whiffen, who the prosecution brought on before, to do. He was like the Celebrate guy, but he had his own program that he made. And the problem with that guy's testimony that many of us agreed on was, one, nobody tested anything that he's done before. His program, anything like that, has never been peer reviewed. It's never. So the thing with science, right, is other people need to be able to replicate your findings. And with him, that wasn't done. And that's a problem when you're bringing experts into court. And it sounds to me like we're running into the same issue with Ms. Hyde, who's apparently going to be a cell phone expert as well. And on top of that, she was participating in a case in Maryland where her report, and I'm a little fuzzy on those details, okay? I'm not some tech person. But regardless, the Superior Court found her report, i.e. probably her testimony, as not reliable. And that's really big when it comes to an expert witness, because experts are of the utmost highest scrutiny, or they should be. You can't just say, hey, I'm an expert. A court has to approve you to be an expert, and you have to go through voir dire and all this stuff. But the problem is that the prosecution is now bringing a second cell phone analysis person, and it's another person who their peers have not recreated anything they've done. And that's a problem, because that can be junk science.
Goodbye.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Auto Voice. Well, I wish I knew how long we were going to be on break for, but we don't. So that's great. Thanks, Beth. So she told the jury like 30 minutes to an hour. I bet they come back at like 11. Um, so here, let me get rid of all this stuff for us since we don't know. Let's see. Good morning, Terry. I just saw you pop in. Maybe you've been here and I just noticed. I'm sorry. I was painting my nails. Do you guys like them? They are sparkly. I don't know if you can really see them. They're sparkly now. That one's not very good. But anyway, so that's kind of what that hearing was about. Again, I'm not a legal expert. There's probably a lot more deeper stuff to it than that. But that's what I gathered from the arguments. So, GT says it's a fantastic point and argued in a way that would showcase Bev's preference for the prosecution. I mean, he brought up a really good point, right? Like, prosecution, no matter what, has to bring up this 227 Google search. If you're new to this, Jim McCabe, who was at the house that night that John O'Keefe was supposed to go to, was found dead in the yard. 227, it shows that it's always a surprise when I get picked. Oh my. You're good, babe. You're good. So where was I? Oh, okay. So Jen McCabe at 2:27 in the morning, she Googles Haas Long to die in the cold, which is suspicious because she's supposed to be at home in bed and they don't find John's body until somewhere around 6 o'clock in the morning. And then in between 6 and 6:30, she says that Karen asked her to Google hypothermia and how long it takes somebody to die in the cold. Now, she did 3 searches. 2 of them were in the 6 o'clock hour and the other one's at 2:27. And the previous cell phone data expert, Ian Whiffen, the one that I just explained to you about, said that, so if you have a tab on your phone open, and this could just be an Apple one because they all have Apple's phones. I don't know if this is the same for Android. But according to him, if you're like me, I have like 100 tabs open on my phone because I don't close anything. And Elbafeet yells at me all the time about it. But anyway, so let's say I opened a tab in October and I forgot I even have it open still on my phone. But if I go back and open that tab right now today, May 7th, 2025, according to him, and I search Haas Long to die in the cold, it's going to show an October timestamp, which is what he was trying to explain, which is a big problem because he's using Celebrite and then his own program thing. Again, I don't understand tech stuff, but that's a big problem. And so the prosecution has to bring up these Google searches. And they're saying, well, if you don't bring it up, then we won't have anything to argue about. But the prosecution's like, well, we kind of need to bring it up. And they're like, yeah, you're right, you do. And we have the right to cross-examine the reliability of your expert here, much like they did with Whiffen. Because at first, when prosecution has Whiffen on the stand, it sounds legit. And then the defense steps in on cross and, oh boy, did everything that guy do really fall apart and not really uphold science and expertise in a court of law. I mean, I don't know. Oh, let's see what else. You guys got a lot of comments over here and I am so far behind. Oh, great job explaining things. Thank you. You're welcome. I hope it made sense. I don't know. I'm just a girl who likes trials, so do my best. No, Terry, my nails are not pink, okay? I don't even have pink nail polish. They're blue and sparkly. Can't be pink all the time. Lady in Gray says, Bev brought up previously testified. So did Arca, and it didn't matter. Brennan says that defense can't claim constitutional rights for the defendant. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Okay. Okay. I didn't watch the first trial, so I don't quite get what you're saying yet, but I'm sure it makes a lot of sense to everyone else. I know who Arca is, and we did see their motion hearings, but from the previous trial, I don't have a reference in that. Llama, get your facts straight. Jen says she did not do the 227 search. I know, right? Like, okay, girl, It was just conveniently oh, and that message at 2:27 for the noobs here, which welcome noobs. We love having new people. Don't feel afraid to ask questions. I know it myself, and lots of people in the chat would love to explain things to you, right? It's a very complicated process, but a very important one. A very important one. But apparently that Google search was deleted. And Jen says, "Oh, I don't know anything about that. I don't know how it happened. I didn't delete anything." But an hour and a half before, a bunch of phone calls that she made to John were also deleted. Convenient. Convenient. And she's like, "Oh, I don't know. I don't know how it happened." Let's see. Elbow feet. I didn't see elbow feet in here. Is he in here? Hi, babes. Let's see. Oh, Terry Wilson. Oh, that's hilarious. I love you. If it didn't uphold the court's scrutiny, there's no way it would be peer reviewed and approved. I mean, even if it was, it still has to hold up to court. Like over the several last decades, there's been a lot of junk science that's no longer allowed in the courtroom. In particular courts, some across the country, but in some particular courts, I believe it's Iowa, where gunshot residue is no longer allowed to be used as evidence because it's unreliable. Whose trial were we watching? It was the kid who shot his parents. I can't remember his name, but yeah, they didn't allow that in because it's been proven not to be very reliable. And there's, bite marks. Those were used back in the day. Those are now shown to be junk science. We got to be really careful on what we allow experts to testify to because, some layperson sitting in the jury is going to be like, "Oh, they're an expert. I believe them." But there should be a lot more to it to that because, one, we want justice for the victim, but also this comes with serious consequences, that affect not just one case, but cases all over the country. So we don't want to fuck around and find out later. I'm just a girl standing in front of a camera trial asking it to make sense. Lady in Gray said, "The judge said Hyde testified in trial 1 like it was important to her credibility," right? That doesn't mean anything. "But so did Arca. She still brought them back for a hearing." Oh, okay. I see what you're saying now, because we had that whole Arca hearing, which was very good. No, Chandler Halderson was in Wisconsin. I don't remember. I think he killed his parents and his sister, maybe. Was his name Todd something? I don't remember. It was a few years ago. Colin Griffith, that doesn't sound right. Could be. It's been a few years, but that's when I learned that they don't allow that because they see it as junk science now, which they use a lot of in the Murdaugh trial.
Yeah, they did. Oh my goodness.
So, what do you think about that? I mean, when Ian Whiffen, their first cell phone expert, took the stand, I mean, he basically was like, Cellbrite isn't as reliable as everyone really chalked it up to as well. Because then he had to use his own program to find stuff that they couldn't, and not all steps are counted, and there's a delay, and then you got to do this weird ass time math to determine the time on the phone. Like, it made a lot of us raise our eyebrows with Celebrate, because that's used in cases a lot. Now, to bring up Chandler Halderson, right? Now, I don't know if he had an Android or what, and maybe they just got the Google time search, which I don't understand why they couldn't do it for these phones too, but I don't have an iPhone, so I don't know. But, he was put away also from his Google searches. I mean, they literally had all the evidence for that guy. If you want to watch a real investigation, a good investigation, and a bomb-ass opening from a prosecution, go watch Chandler Halderson. They did amazing. They got evidence that I haven't even seen used on people. They got it all for that guy. That was a good police department doing their job and doing it well. But there's all sorts of, think of how many people are in jail right now, mostly from their searches. This guy said, "Oh, that could have happened whenever. We don't know." And I don't know. It's kind of
That
problematic.
doesn't look good.
It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good at all because numerous departments use Celebrate. I think there's a few other programs, but Celebrate's who you hear about the most. So, yeah, there's a reason why they call it junk science. It's no better than what's in the garbage can. Yeah. I mean, if things can't be replicated and there's such a varying degree, I mean, let's talk about this blood math lady, right? It's not that her math was junk. The information she was given was junk,
Yep.
you know? But yet we're like, oh yeah, we can use this math that's based on literally hardly any information given to her. So we got to be really careful about what we use. And, you know, earlier at the beginning of the show, I talked about AI and that weird, creepy AI victim impact statement that was giving in Arizona. But, you know, we got to be careful what we let in with new developments in technology and how we analyze it and interpret it and can base it off of multiple things. Terry, my search history guarantees a conviction for me. I think for all of us. For all of us, for sure. Oh my gosh. So it's always good that they have these hearings on evidence, but I think when it comes to what Alessia is saying about them crossing this expert, they should be. I don't know why you wouldn't be allowed.
Yeah, I don't understand why this is a question.
No, I don't either. In other trials we've watched, the defense, I mean, yeah, they try to undermine the expert's credibility. Usually what the first question is how much are you being paid to be here?
That's the point.
That's, you know, that's the first thing they do. So I don't really understand why she's making a big hoopla about this, but I don't know. I guess it's really actually, I think it's more so they wanted to use the Maryland case. That might be what she has
Okay.
the most problem with, but I don't know. So,
I mean, okay. Still, I don't know. It calls into question. Okay, so say you had a witness who perjured herself on the stand and it was, you know, found out, it was proven, it was said on the stand, and then she was a witness like, you know, a year later on another stand. Wouldn't you want to point that out?
I would.
I mean,
as a juror, I would want to know that.
Yeah, I'd want to know that like she has a history of lying on the stand and not like, you know, speculative, but proven. You know, I think that's an important I don't have a problem with them bringing in this type of situation, but
Well, as I tell the jurors, usually like it's up to them to determine each individual's credibility. You know, and that goes for experts too. So I don't see why this is an issue, but I don't know. They argue about weird things in this trial sometimes, and I feel like everyone makes things way more difficult.
I would
They
agree.
need to be like, oh my goodness. Oh, I'm glad I have lots of coffee for today.
I had to leave my
You know what?
coffee pot upstairs with the loud husband.
Oh, rude. You have a coffee pot up in your office? That's awesome.
No, okay, so I specifically bought no is the answer. The maker is down here, but it's one of those insulated thermal pots. So like it stays hot. So I got it so he can just take it upstairs and keep it with him after he
Like a
makes it and
pitcher.
stop like yeah, exactly.
Nice.
But now the coffee is upstairs and my somewhat cold coffee is downstairs.
You are so thoughtful.
Oh.
You are so thoughtful. I was thinking, because I have another coffee maker downstairs that I've had it for years and haven't opened it, but I'm thinking about moving one over here.
That's
by the
smart.
desk, so I don't have to get up so often to get my coffee. But
It just
because I do not
works.
do cold coffee, the minute it starts to turn cold, I'm like, no, thank you.
If it's supposed to be cold coffee, like iced or fruit, then yes. But if it was initially hot, then absolutely not. I don't know what the difference there is, but
it's garbage.
He's not. Oh, good gracious.
Oh, HH made you coffee with Bailey's this morning? Elbow Feet did
Love
buy me
that
a
for
whole
you.
box of Moscato yesterday, so I will have some midday Moscato probably today.
I'll have
Um,
some chai tea, maybe some raspberry tea.
Mine too. I tell you too much about cannibalism for some odd reason. Is that from our Yellow Jackets watching days? By the way, you
I
guys, if
hope
you like
so.
hanging out with us and hanging out with people in the chat, we actually run a Discord server called The Courtyard where we talk a lot about true crime. We have documents for cases. People are really great at updating with news articles, but we also just hang out and have fun. You'll be joining with some wine when you pop on. Yes, after party, afternoon after party. But like last night, a couple of them, y'all got together and watched a couple episodes of Pushing Daisies, and then Saturday, everybody's gonna play Among Us together. So if you like hanging out with us, come join the Courtyard. We're friendly, we love new people, and we have a good time. So, oh my, the Daisy show last night is so damn cute, but so many deaths. Well, that's kind of the premise of the show.
I was not expecting it at all. I had no idea what this was about. So,
Oh.
6 deaths in, and I'm like, okay.
About dying.
All right. It was really cute,
Yeah.
though. I'm a fan.
I've watched it before, but I'll have to watch the 2 episodes so I can watch. Because you guys are watching that every Tuesday?
I don't think we've decided, but maybe. I think
it was scheduled for every Tuesday. So
we might do some more because I don't know if I can make it that long. So
that's true.
We'll
so instead of
probably
2 a
add
week,
some
you
more
might do some more. I love that. They just watched episodes 1 and 2 of Pushing Daisies. So Lady in Gray says, I thought it was cute and gruesome. It was like a fairy tale. I love that.
Yeah.
Carrie was like, I thought it was about flowers.
It was a cute little flowery, dead-filled fairy tale.
Suncoda says, me too. At Terry True Crime, my searches would probably also guarantee a future in the mental facility. Agreed. I think all of ours are. It's really just about when you search it. All right. Don't search anything right around that time. Okay. I hear even incognito mode's not safe, by the way. Just to let you know. What's interesting, speaking of this department, so there's another case going on in the same area of Massachusetts. Massachusetts versus Brian Walsh, who allegedly killed his wife. I want to say it was on New Year's. Cut up her body. It's not great. It's not great. But you guys get this. It's investigated by the same people as Karen Reed. The phone guy, he kept coming on Guarino, or I don't know what his name is.
Yeah. Guarino,
I think they
maybe?
said he was part of that case, and maybe Proctor too was the lead investigator. Anyway, that guy, he did the wildest Google searches for like 24 hours. It was like, sir, what were you thinking? Like, they're so incriminating. But do we then have to question those if they, like, because of this trial, I don't know. But oh boy, that guy's searches. Not great. Not great at all.
Okay.
Very oddly specific.
I feel like anything with Proctor involved might need to be reopened.
Yeah, I feel like Proctor was the lead in that one. And maybe the phone guy was in the Sarah Birchmore one, which somebody said last night. I think it was Angie posted something. Oh, I need to start writing stuff down and then pulling it up in the morning, because I look at too many things in the evening and I'll be like, oh yeah, that's great. I'm going to pull that up, and then just
gone.
Didn't even exist. But yeah, so I think Proctor's the investigator and Walsh, and then the phone guy was involved with that one, or the Sarah Birchmore one. But apparently the judge has allowed the defense to bring up the Sarah Birchmore case if the door is opened. For those that aren't familiar with Sarah Birchmore case, also local to this area, I'm not super familiar with it. So basically what I know is there was two brothers who were cops. She was underage. They were having sexual
Right.
relations with her for years. She ended up getting pregnant by one of them and then committed suicide. But then it turns out, guess what? Nope, it wasn't that. And then the one guy was charged with homicide because he was seen going into her apartment, being there for a while, and being the last one to leave. But the officer phone guy, I keep saying phone guy, and I don't want you to think it was with and the expert, but Guillerino or I don't know what his name is, whatever. He was also the person that pulled data and apparently didn't find like 30,000 text message communications. He was just like, oh, I didn't see those. So this whole area has a lot of issues when it comes to investigating and questionable practices all around. Nick Guillerino, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, you'd think I know that because I've had to type his name like 5 times, but
I don't know
yeah,
half the names. That one just stood out.
right.
If I got it right.
Yeah, Terry said, yes, posted in the Karen Reed case file and our courtyard disco server. We could have a Discord server, yes. But you can own a raccoon, an alpaca, and a deer in Ohio legally. Yeah, you can own a lot of animals.
You cannot own a raccoon here, which is one of the reasons that we are going to move eventually, because I have been promised that I can have a raccoon. And so I will at one point. That's that. That's it.
Another, speaking of raccoons, so I saw this last night too, and Terry also shared it in one of our servers. But so in Akron, Ohio, a woman was pulled over. I think she was pulled over. Anyway, she got in trouble for having a crap ton of drugs, and her pet raccoon in the car, who was hitting like a meth crack pipe. Like, this is so Ohio. Like, oh, okay. Yeah, it's a crack-coon.
That's what you said. That's
Yeah.
funny. I have not opened
Raccoon.
it yet. I didn't look at the thing Buffy sent me either yet. Sorry, Buffy.
Oh, we're the worst.
Y'all, I know. I was so pooped.
But yeah, you can there was a guy in Southern Ohio, Zanesville, I think it was. He had all these exotic animals and whatnot, and he ended up like a ton of animals, monkeys, bears, cats, very Tiger King. Well, he ended up killing himself, but before he did, he unlocked all the cages and they all went loose. And it's a really big uproar here because they put all the animals down when they caught them.
What? Why?
It was a big deal here in Ohio because Jack Hanna is a big deal here in the main city because we have the zoo and everything. And I've met him before. Did he pass yet? I know he had Alzheimer's really bad. I don't know if he passed yet. But anyway, basically, when they caught all these animals, they killed them because they didn't know a lot about their history and didn't know if they could basically rehabilitate them to go to the zoo. Anyway,
okay.
It was bad. It was very bad.
That seems like questionable dishes. Okay.
It took them a while to find all of them. But yeah, Zanesville, Ohio, I'm pretty sure is where it happened. It was quite a few years
y'all
ago.
have so much weird stuff going on all the time. Like,
we do. But that makes us interesting. All right? It makes us interesting. Look at all the fun Ohio stories I just gave you. All right?
Yeah.
Exotic animals on the loose, crack raccoons.
I don't think
Got
Carolina has anything. Okay, you're not supposed to have raccoons here, but there was a woman who used to fix our lawnmower growing up. She was the lawnmower lady. She had a little red bandana, and his name was Bandit because he stole shiny things. So when people would come to pet him, she would constantly be like, be careful, don't pet him with your ring finger. Yeah, and then like one day it was my dad who went to pet him, and his little fingers got all like on the ring finger and was trying to shimmy it off of his hand. It was the cutest thing ever. Anyway, Bandit, the thieving raccoon.
You, of course, would try to get a thieving raccoon.
Yeah.
You have an army of raccoons,
Ravens.
crows.
I'm working on it.
You're just going to have an animal army.
I am. Who needs a farm when you have soldiers?
Right? And raccoons can get into anything. They're pretty smart. Raccoons are pretty smart. And they are cute. But
The husband was against it at first, but really, you wouldn't want what they're the cutest thing. But when we were dating,
they have little hands.
I know.
It's weird.
When we were dating,
It's weird.
we talked about pets because I like weird pets. I had a snake growing up. You know that, but I like weird pets. And I told him that my two almost non-negotiables were hedgehogs and a raccoon. I was like, this is what I want. And he was like, okay, whatever, just no snakes.
No snakes. But do you have a hedgehog?
No, not yet. So I'm going to wait to get the hedgehog until after the cats are gone because I feel like that's most responsible.
Oh, yeah, I didn't factor that in. They might want to kill it.
Mm-hmm. And then
think about that.
I will get the raccoon when we probably move to, I think it's legal in Tennessee. I don't know. I'll have to look that up again, but it's on the list. No, Captain, if I get a raccoon, I'm naming it Miko.
Please name it Ziz, though. Come on.
It can be Miko Ziz. It's Miko. I already have a little pet collar name created with Miko on it for the raccoon. Yeah.
Okay.
I am
people
so
have their
prepared.
vision boards, so,
so prepared.
It's fine. Yeah, if you don't know Ziz, so we wrapped up a few weeks ago. We did a mini series deep dive into the Zizian cults, which are in the news everywhere. You can find it in our playlist section under Zizians. It's like 7 episodes, but anyway, we do a deep dive in this cult. It's freaking crazy. Everybody in it is crazy. It's a good time. It is a good time. And it looks like we're not going to have an update for a little while because in the courts, everything gets pushed back. So that's super fun. Well, I mean, like maybe a month from now. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, if you need something to watch after we're done later tonight, check out our Zizian cult. Zizian Unveiled
It's phenomenal.
is the name. We have a lot of fun.
Very, very good.
We poke a lot of fun because these people are insufferable. Insufferable. So you can always check that out. Let's see. Tomorrow night we have True Crime and Wine Time. We're doing the case of... It's a wine one. Why can't I think of that guy? Robert Dahl, I think is his name. Takes place at a winery. It's very... interesting.
That sounds familiar. I'm pretty sure that's the name.
Yeah, I think it's Robert Dahl. So that's tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern. And then, of course, we'll be here every morning at 8:30 in the morning this week to cover Karen Reed. So if you haven't yet, please like this video, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of the awesomeness. Can you guys believe it's Wednesday already?
No.
Me either. And Sunday is Mother's Day.
I know.
Which I keep forgetting about.
Are you going to come cause trouble?
I see it and I think Roald Dahl as well. Me too. Me too. Every time I'm like, oh, this is weird. Doesn't seem as imaginative as one would think. But yeah, so that's what we have going on this week. I think we'll be doing a members only probably a little later in the month. By the way, if you haven't yet, you can become a member. You just click the little join button and you can pick which tier. By becoming a member of the channel, one, you support us so we can bring you great content all the time. Because we spend a lot of hours and do a lot of work to bring you guys everything. So it just does help a little bit. You also get to use cool emojis in the chat. Somebody can go and put all of those in there. Don't forget you for what? Why are you
Mama
yelling
Llama
at me,
has...
Mama Llama? Jeez. See what happens when your mom watches the show? She's just yelling at you all the time.
Don't
Probably gonna get a phone call.
forget me.
What do I forget?
Mother's Day.
Oh, Mother's Day. Oh,
Oh. Sorry, Mama Llama.
it's all right. I wouldn't rescue elbow feet in a blizzard, so I'm not the greatest. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm in the doghouse. I'm gonna get a phone call later.
Kevin said, how dare you, your poor mama.
I know. I'm the worst. The
Oh,
worst.
gosh.
Oh, but we were talking about being a member. You get to use all sorts of fun emojis. I saw that there were some new ones today, but I didn't actually see what they were because they don't show up on StreamYard for me, but they're cute. And then we do some members only content. Last Saturday, Terry and JT did a live in-person show in Austin, Texas. Oh my gosh. Duh. I'm gonna get it together. So they did a live in-person show in Austin, Texas last Sunday about the yogurt shop merge. You can watch that if you're a member.
Mm-hmm.
But in July 19th, we're all going to be here in Ohio, Marion, Ohio, July 19th, to be at a winery covering a pet case of mine, the case of Joey LaBute. Anyways, everybody's coming to Ohio to party in July. So if you want to party with us, you can buy tickets for the July show in Marion, Ohio. I'm so excited about it. Finally get to meet people. Oh my goodness. Love it.
Jelly.
What? There was a kayaker dragged into the water and kissed me. By what? An alligator?
A gator?
Well, that's why I don't go in water. Oh my goodness. Smoke meth with raccoons and drive into buildings. Well, I think my conspiracy theory is that all these cars that keep running into the buildings, like where I'm from, oh my gosh, people keep running their cars into buildings like
What
every
is
other
with
day.
Ohio?
Every other day. There's
Oh my
somebody that
goodness.
has ran their car into the building. So now my conspiracy theory, now that I know that there's raccoons out there, maybe they're the ones driving the cars into the buildings. I think it checks out. That's my theory. I'm sticking with it. Oh, an alligator. Bells forgot that part. I mean, yeah, it was important. Oh, you were born in Ohio? Well, hello, fellow Buckeye.
I can't. You had lots of raccoons at your house, Bells. Well, I'm mean too, so we'll get along great.
And they have little fingers, so Annie will teach them how to flip people off.
This just got so much better.
Your raccoon can just be like, Dennis is this. I made sure my fingers were off camera for that. I don't know if
I was going to say
that, but you know what I'm talking about.
I know.
Dennis is this.
Oh,
Why would you
goodness.
kayak in an inland body of water in Florida? You're asking for, right? You're in
Well,
a
so, like-
kayak. You're not in a boat. You're like, what, 5 inches off the water?
So the river trip that me and my best friend take, the kayaking trip from like one town, 6 towns down, has gators in it also. We've never encountered one, but they're a little further down than when we last were, but
You know they can
adventure.
They recognize faces, Annie.
Well,
Do you know that?
no,
They
I
recognize
did not know
faces
that.
and they stalk their prey for days. Days they'll do it.
That
So
is
they're
so
always watching.
uncomfortable for me.
It is uncomfortable.
I know.
How do you think they've been around for so long? They haven't needed to evolve at all. They nailed it, but it's super creepy. I only learned about that a couple weeks ago, and then I was like,
What?
yikes. Mm-hmm.
That
There was this Australia.
I don't like this about animals. The
No.
gators, the ravens, like
They're very smart. Animals are very smart creatures.
what about
you know,
Australia?
there was this family that was camping in like a camping area. There were lots of people camping by this water, right? And they had noticed a croc out in the water for days because I don't know, it was like a 3-5 day trip or whatever, right? And they kept seeing this croc waiting in the water. So then one night, after a couple of days, the crocodile comes inland because the crocodile had already picked its prey, right? So it had watched the grandma, because it's the weakest, frailest, had kept its eye on the grandma, knew exactly which tent she was in, and went into it and got her. What? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I will never be going
So
to
I should
Australia
just go
ever.
kayaking with my weakest link friend, is what I'm learning from that. Okay.
Yes.
I can strategize with them.
Not me. Not me. I
Oh
won't be
my
doing
goodness.
it. I won't be doing it.
That's
Let's see.
horrific.
Yeah, you just take marshmallows to feed them? No. Then you're building a relationship. No, thank you.
Okay. I mean feeding the ravens tortillas outside. So
Well, I mean,
we're
they're
gonna
more
have
useful.
raccoons, snails, ravens, and gators.
What? We're not doing gator. Why are you doing gators?
Because I can feed them marshmallows. She just said, "Are you not paying attention?"
Okay. Never feed a gator if it looks like a harmless baby. Yeah, no, just stay away. All right, they've been around for millions of years for a reason. Okay. Oh my goodness. We just oh, I'm not going to put up the snake one. I don't want to talk about it. Of course, the slower moving person. Yeah, that's a friendship around here. Should we take a vote of who the weakest link of everyone is that we're going to sacrifice to the alligators for Annie? Just kidding. We're not going to do that.
We're not going to do that.
They won't kill their food source. I mean, what?
Yeah, exactly.
Marshmallows aren't going to fill them up.
Oh, but people.
Yeah, the person feeding the
We'll just
marshmallow.
leave it there.
I mean, like you just gave.
I just got flagged for several different. I just got flagged for so much.
Belle says no. When you feed gators, they get used to people and will attack. Exactly. I don't think it's wise to be feeding them.
But they won't attack me.
Did you not hear my story about Australia?
Maybe I was the one not listening.
I don't even want them to see my face. All right? I don't want to be like in their crocodile brains. I don't even want them to register. Just walk like this when I go to Florida all the time. Like, oh, they can't see me. Or do the
Have you
John
seen the
Cena,
video?
You can't see me now. What?
Have you seen the video in Florida where the guy has on sunglasses, or he puts on sunglasses, and I think they're polarized sunglasses, and it's because of like some of the puddles of water, the deeper puddles of water. Anyway, he puts you see the video without them, and it's just a puddle of water, and then he puts the sunglasses on, and you can see that there's a gator in the puddle that you couldn't see before. Wild.
No.
Absolutely insane to me. They were like, you need polarized sunglasses for various things, including.
I think my mom had a pair of those one time, and I put them on, and it was weird. It was weird. I mean, I didn't see any like weird stuff, but it was very like, so my brain's not seeing everything. You could, oh my gosh, that's horrifying. I don't like that. Also,
it was a big
puddle,
Floridian puddle. It was like no, it was like it was like on the side of, I guess, a rainstorm. It was in the road or on the side of the road, I think it was. But like, I don't care. People were walking by. Not in Florida.
No way. Can't even believe people live there. It's crazy. It's crazy. Oh my gosh. As a kid, I worried Freddie might come out of puddles. Or water beds. My parents had a waterbed growing up. My mom's listening right now, but they had a waterbed growing up. And when I was little, I caught a glimpse of the Freddy Krueger scene where he comes out of the waterbed. I had to be young, like 3 or 4 years old or something like that. Oh boy. Still terrified of waterbeds, thanks to that literally 30 seconds probably of the movie I ever watched. And I hate Freddy Krueger. I still have reoccurring nightmares, and I've never even seen the movie. But see, that's the thing. That's why he's the scariest, because he can come into your dreams.
So I've never seen it. I have no idea. I know nothing about Freddy Krueger besides hearing the name. How does he come out of
Because you're
Was
dreaming.
she
He
in
comes
the
into your
waterbed?
dreams and kills you. No, she's like sleeping on the. I think it's a woman. It could be a dude. I don't remember. But somebody's like sleeping in the waterbed. I feel, and then, because he comes in like your dream states, and I want to say like he uses his knife hands to like claw through the waterbed and like brings them in. This could just be me making
Oh,
it up in my
so
head.
he's like a dream killer, or like
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, you can't go to sleep.
Huh.
Freddy Krueger will get in your dreams, and then you'll
I
die.
had no idea that's what
Oh,
that
it's so
was.
scary. It's so scary. I'm
I
40
I
years
don't
old.
like that. I don't
I
like that
will
at all.
not. I see a picture of him. I had to go like this because and like at least once a year, I have this reoccurring dream where Freddy Krueger will be in it. He's chasing me. Somehow I end up at my grandparents' house. It's so weird. It's the same dream every year, and I hate it.
It's Johnny Depp.
Oh, Johnny Depp's the one in the waterbed. Okay. See, I don't know. I was like 3 or 4.
Why is Johnny Depp in the waterbed?
Because he was in
Was
Nightmare on
he
Elm
Freddy
Street.
Krueger?
No. No.
Oh.
He was the victim in the waterbed. He was just some guy.
Oh.
It was when he was very young. This was like the early 80s. He's just starting out. Good morning, Shunka. Good morning.
Oh, it's a baby Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
Oh, I looked it up. Okay.
Anyway, it's very scary. Don't recommend. I know a bunch of people are laughing right now and they're like, Llama.
Yes.
No. It's terrifying. No, thank you.
No,
It was
okay.
one of his first movies. That and what was the cop one he did? 21 Jump Street was the show he was on, right? It was around his break.
My
and
introduction
Jennifer
to Depp
Aniston was in
was
the Leprechaun movie, I think. And I think Courtney Cox was in a scary one. Well, not Scream. Obviously, they're Scream, but back before they were all famous.
Huh.
Anyway, that was a lot of
Interesting.
personal anecdotes.
I know.
You're welcome.
That was great.
It really just was a long list of things Llama doesn't like, which is usually how our conversations go.
I think I know more things that you don't like than you do like.
Yeah, that checks out. Yeah. I mean, by the time you're almost 40, like, it's just like,
You know what you do and don't like, man.
I don't like that. Yeah. Actually, I think I've expanded my horizons the last couple of years. I'm working on it. I mean, I just discovered Euros last fall, and now I'm obsessed.
I do agree with that.
He even worked at a Greek restaurant for like 3 years, and I refuse.
I still haven't had one. I need to have one.
Make sure it's a good one.
I just learned how to say it.
It's a fair point. It's a fair point. But so, I'm not super close-minded, but I do have very strong preferences for things.
I don't think you're closed-minded at all. You just have opinions.
I just have opinions, and a lot of them.
Yeah.
Oh, well, so it's 11:18, because the clock just changed, and the court is still not back. Because I have a feeling that, so they had that little hearing they just did about this Dr. Hyde lady. Is she a doctor? I don't know. Hyde's her, yes.
I think so, yeah.
The cell data expert, whatever, and they said she was there, and my guess is that's probably the only witness Brennan brought in today. So
really,
I mean, I imagine she'd be on. Whiffen was on all day.
Yeah.
So I imagine that they were expecting her to be on all day. So maybe he's calling in someone else, or
it's phoning a friend.
He's phoning a friend. I just don't understand why it's taken her that long to. She did say she had a bunch of stuff to read, so I don't know.
Yeah, but, well, we've already talked about that, so I guess we'll just wait and see what the judge determines.
Oh, Turtle Boy says he's been told Puke Neck is soon. I think that's an officer and trooper, whatever. Right?
Let me pull up our handy-dandy
sounds,
spreadsheet.
I feel like that name's been brought up a few times.
I'm glad you said it because I was not going to attempt.
I don't know if that's how it's said. That's just how I'm saying it. I don't know. I make no promises.
Let's see.
I am a professional. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Did you guys? Oh, yeah, I did see that, Shanka. I did see that. Oh, wait, there might be some movement in the courtroom, or the camera's just shaking. Oh, what is happening? Oh, nothing. Nothing's happening. Oh, no. Is happening.
Enter your
It's all
please
happening,
enter
you
the
guys.
pass. You have joined the meeting as an attendee and will be muted throughout the meeting.
Thank you.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
The host would like you to unmute your microphone. You can.
All right.
She's very
I
demanding.
appreciate the time. I appreciate people's patience.
Thank you. You're welcome.
So, in reviewing the rules, I look at Rule 2. So, Mass Rule of Criminal Procedure, Rule 2, purpose and construction. And so, upon reflection and consideration, it says, these rules are intended to provide for the just determination of every criminal proceeding. They shall be construed to secure simplicity in procedure, fairness in administration, and the elimination of expense and delay. Also looking to Commonwealth versus Durand. I don't have the site. I know it's from 2016, 2017. A judge, Robert Kane, was the trial judge. So because none of the purposes here in Rule 2 are served by the admission of the Maryland trial judge's decision, particularly were offered without notice to the court previously, I'm excluding that decision. Your rights are saved, Mr. Alessi. We've got that decision marked for identification, and you certainly are free to cross-examine Ms. Hyde regarding her methodology. So that's my decision. So,
right.
Bring the jurors up,
Let's
please.
go. Let's go, y'all. Look at that. That was like, let's go.
I'm still annoyed with
Do you
you,
want this
but
under that?
okay. She did phone a friend.
She did phone a friend. But, I mean, good. That was a good ruling, I felt. Seemed fair. As some of you seemed shocked in the chat, but here we are. I love that. Maybe she got some coffee too. Maybe they all ordered Starbucks. I don't know. Wow, yeah. Let's go. Another, so y'all said she was in the first trial, right? Yeah, yeah. And she had vodka. Well, it's not the afternoon yet, but excuse me. I hope I didn't just burp into the microphone. If I did, I'm sorry. Bev actually has been siding with defense more in this trial. I mean, I felt that way. She's been, again, I know everyone has their opinions, but just from my observation, I haven't seen too much since the start of the trial. I have no idea about pretrial arguments or anything like that, but I don't think she's been too much. But oh, they drink Dunkin' Donuts up in that area. Okay, we have Dunkin' here, but I don't care for it all that much. Morning, the jury.
Put it back in session, you may be seated.
Jurors, I appreciate your patience. So, your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
You're welcome.
The Commonwealth calls Jessica Hyde.
Jessica Hyde. I'm gonna put cell phone data expert. That sounds like what she does, right? I don't know.
Just wait. All that extra right there.
Raise your right hand, please.
Please solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and herein should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Yes, I do.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Jessica Hyde, Jessica, space Hyde.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a digital forensics examiner. I'm also an an adjunct professor at George Mason University, where I teach mobile device forensics in their graduate program. I also own a digital forensics company that does training, services, and research.
In addition to teaching at Georgetown University, do you teach in other ways?
Correction, I teach at George Mason University,
I'm
not
sorry.
Georgetown. But thank you. I also teach, my company writes and develops training courses. I teach a mobile forensic analysis course and a data structures course there to law enforcement, civilians, et cetera.
Do you engage in any other type of academics or research?
I do. I do other research as part of some volunteer activities I do in the digital forensics field. So I'm the chair of DFIR Review, which is a body that reviews practitioner-created research so that it can go through peer review. I often do reviews as a member of a reviewer for Forensic Science International Digital Investigations Journal, which I was a previous associate editor of.
What does peer
Oh, I'm so sorry.
What does peer review mean?
Peer review means that when a study is done or a research paper is done on a topic, that an assessment is done of it. There are three types of assessments that can be done. One is a methodological assessment, where you read through the methodology of the academic or practitioner-created paper and state if it is acceptable or not. The second is you conduct your own testing using the same methodology to conduct a peer review with your own generated data sets. And the third is if the original author has shared their data sets, reviewing their data sets and checking that against their work.
Has any of your work been peer reviewed in the past?
I've had 2 peer-reviewed journals. I've had an article that was peer-reviewed and published in Forensic Science International Digital Investigations regarding the standardization of file classification of recovered items. The layman's term of that would be talking about what deleted means. And then I have another paper that's been accepted that I was a co-author on in terms of timelines and correlations of forensic evidence.
You mentioned you work in forensic data analysis. Generally, what does that mean?
It means that I look at evidence of digital forensics devices, be them mobile phones, computers, Internet of Things devices, and do analysis to provide meaning and context to the data that's recovered from them, as well as performing data recovery of those same computer-related devices.
Did you have any specific education or training to learn about forensic data?
Absolutely. I have professional training both from courses I've taken, as well as I have a master's in digital forensics from George Mason University. A master's degree in that. I've taken multiple courses, advanced mobile analysis, iOS forensics courses from SANS, computer forensics courses from SANS. I have multiple certifications. I hold the GIAC GCFE, which is the GIAC Certified Forensics Examiner. I also hold the NWC 3CFE, which is a Certified Forensics Examiner.
Do you, through your company, teach other forensic examiners how to study forensic data?
Correct. I teach government agencies, both federal and state and local, how to do digital forensic analysis, as well as private sector digital forensics examiners.
How do you teach private digital forensic examiners? What's the method?
I've developed an online virtual course that we teach virtual live, so I'm always there when I'm teaching. But I also have a team of instructors. So for example, the mobile forensic analysis course that I developed right now this week is being taught to a police department in Texas right this moment.
Forensic data analysis seems like a broad field. Is there certain parts that you focus in?
I personally specialize in mobile phones and Internet of Things devices.
I want you to just give us some very basic, very general and brief background. When you're looking at a forensic device and you're analyzing it, do you rely on any tools?
That is a really interesting question. Reliance on tools is not precisely what we do. We utilize tools to extract data from a device, and then we utilize a variety of tools to attempt to parse results from those devices. But the forensics examiner has to take the additional step to both understand, validate, and provide meaning to those results.
Is there any shortcomings or dangers in simply relying on a forensic tool for a result or an opinion?
There is absolutely a danger in just relying on parsed results. When an algorithm is used to determine what data is stored as, it doesn't tell you what that data means, and that's where you need a forensics examiner. Tools don't necessarily understand how the data got there and what causes the data to exist, and that takes deeper and further human analysis, as well as, if you think about it, if on your phone you can go to the Google Play Store or the App Store, and you can actually download millions of apps. There's like 6 million apps between the two stores. Digital forensics tools maybe support generously 1,000 applications. So in order to be able to parse and understand the data from applications that the tools don't know how to support, you need a forensics examiner who knows how to dig into that data, conduct testing, and determine the meaning of the data.
Were you asked by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to look at and analyze a phone that was related to a person by the name of Jennifer McCabe?
Yes, with a very, very specific scope to a specific date range.
Were you asked during that scope and date range to analyze it and provide an opinion about whether there were any user-initiated deletions of any web searches or Safari-type searches?
Yes, I was asked to look for deletions of Safari searches within the scope of the time frame that was dictated by the purpose of the exam.
Were you asked to look at the phone device and determine whether or not there were any user-initiated deletions of phone calls on the device?
Yes, I was asked to look for deletions of phone calls in that same date range.
And did you do both of those tasks?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you ultimately have opinions on both of those issues?
I do have opinions on both of those issues. That's correct.
And in engaging in the efforts to answer those two questions, did you necessarily have to review and analyze a web history that included searches on January 29th, 2022 at 2:27 a.m.?
I did analyze web searches that occurred at 2:29 a.m. In local time here in Norfolk on January 29th, 2022 from the device that was provided, yes. Not the device, the forensic image, for clarity.
So before we get to the two opinions that you were asked to consider or what your opinions were after analyzing the data, I want to begin by giving the background and having you share with us your analysis and your observations and opinions about the search on Safari relative to this 2:27 time frame. Before we begin that, let me just ask you one question. Did you do anything to ensure the integrity of the data that you were looking at?
Upon receiving the forensic image, the first thing I did was I did what's called a hash of the image. So a hash is an algorithmic representation of a file. So a forensic image, all the data from the phone, it comes in one file that can then be extracted and have the rest of the data. That singular file that's received, there's actually 3, but focusing on the one that has all of the data, that archive file, you can run what's called a hash algorithm against it. There's actually multiple hash algorithms, and I hashed it, And then I validated that hash to the document that was provided along with the image file that contained the hashes that were contained in. Those hash values matched. Now, just for clarity, if you change one bit in a file, it will not have the same hash. So the hash provides integrity, and having used both hashes, which are available in that report, and ran 2 different algorithms, they both matched. Additionally, I reviewed the PDF that was received for signs of alteration. The PDF that comes with a Great Key report is not signed by Adobe Acrobat. However, I was able to take that PDF and then examine it just like I would a phone. So I'm using the same techniques on the phone. Using a tool called EXIF tool, I was able to learn a lot about the creation of that particular PDF. And what I was able to learn about it was that it was created by, it's labeled it as being produced by Grayshift using a particular code-based application to create the PDF called PYF PDF, standing for Python Framework PDF. It is on, it's a program that you can download, and developers who create tools, like Magnet Forensics, who owns a Gray Key, utilize that script, which is why it says it's produced by it, to create the actual PDF. That's what the evidence there in the data tells me. It also contains a time of when that is created, and that time was February 2nd, 2022, at global UTC, that's the global constant time, think what's in the UK, at 22:49, which local time would be 5:49 p.m. So that says that it was created approximately 2 hours and 45 minutes after the document said the image started, and it correlated with the document information. So that provided some level of certainty that that document was factual, and on top of that, I further opened the file of that PDF in what's called a hex editor, which lets me see like every byte, every 1 and 0. And from doing that, I looked for tag markers that are made sometimes in some modifications of PDFs called XMPs, which is Adobe's format of markup, and I did not find any evidence of those tags.
When you're trying to determine whether there's integrity in the data, are you able to tell whether or not there's been any alterations or tampering before the item is put on the Gray Key machine to make the extraction?
That would be when you're talking about if the physical device had been manipulated, is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
I cannot tell if the physical device has been manipulated prior to it being imaged. I can only validate if the image was correct. In theory, all of the data of anything that you did on that device would still show in the evidence of device logs and whatever locations that were touched or communicated with. But at that point, it's the same as any user interacting with the device itself.
After the phone's extracted, or at the time it's extracted, does it have the history of the device on that extraction?
Could you rephrase?
Yes. At the time the phone is extracted and the copy is made in the PDF and the digital copy, does the digital copy and the PDF contain the history of searches and calls and other items on that phone?
The forensic image itself contains a variety of different artifacts or traces that are left behind by activities that a user does on a phone. Yes.
When you use the term artifact, what does that mean in a basic sense?
An artifact is any type of evidence that is left behind on your phone of an action. So, for example, if you receive a call, there are multiple places in the phone that show that a call was received. That can be in the call log, that could be in a notification, That could be in a unified log that tracks the activity that the phone's doing. There's multiple locations, and each one of those residue of the fact that the call came in, that's what I would refer to as an artifact. So you could have an artifact not just about a call, about a web search, about taking a photo. Any action you take on your phone may create an artifact.
Before we get into those two questions about any alleged deletions from Safari, a Google search or an internet search, and any alleged deletions of phone calls, I want to start with your explanation or your sharing how the timestamp works relative to that search beginning at 2:27 a.m. on January 29th, 2022.
So for clarity, there's more than one search that happens actually at 2:27. There is some activity that's looking at, and I don't want to mispronounce the name of the town, I'll try Hockomock Sports, looking at activities for the sporting events at that school system, I assume, or county location. There is a timestamp for the search Haas Long to Die in Cold. However, that timestamp isn't about active searches, it's about the time that a tab was either opened or moved to the background. So Haas Long to Die in Cold is the most current search in the tab that you opened at that was opened at 2:27. So if you're using your phone and you go to your browser, you have some choices. You can just open an existing tab or you can open a new tab. A new tab was opened at 2:27 a.m. and that search was done there. Another tab, actually at 2:27, was moved to the background, and its last search at the time it was moved to the background was for, I believe it's Raining Men, the YouTube video. So those two searches both exist as what's called browser state searches, but that browser state isn't about the time that it was searched. It's about the time that the browser tab that you opened either went to the background, or if it's never been moved to the background, the current search. So the time in the instance of the It's Raining Men video is the time that that video was moved to the background and the new tab took over as the tab that's active. And that tab, the last search done in that tab is Haas Long to Die in the Cold, because that database holds the current search. It constantly gets updated, and the time that the tab was either opened if it's the first time it's opened, or moved to the background if it's an existing tab.
Did you put together an exhibit that would help explain some of the different databases?
I did put it together an exhibit that would show that.
May I approach?
Yes.
I mean, she's done a fairly good job of explaining it like Whiffen did, but it still raises some questions, you know?
Handing you a piece of paper. Do you recognize that?
I do. This is table 1 from the first report I created on this case on the phone that I was told was for Jen McCabe.
Is that the exhibit that will help you explain?
It will.
I move this to evidence.
Can we approach you? Or I'm going to object if you want.
Come on out.
Unless I see your comment. Oh, sidebar. Of course there is. Of course there is. You know, so here's the... A lot of people say that the prosecution is really a defense team for Jen McCabe, and here's a really big example of it. Okay, this is their second cell phone data person they brought on to talk about the 227 Google search by Jen McCabe. Haas Long to Die in the Cold. They brought 2 experts in. Now, the expert in the other earlier, I mean, he had plenty of other things to say, but if you notice, like, this is the first thing he wants to concentrate on with this lady here. And it's like, but she's not on trial, right? So why do we need to defend this so much? Alessi will shred her testimony. Yes, I do have an appointment in like 15 minutes for an hour, and Annie will be taking over. So I hope he doesn't go to cross until like this afternoon when I'll be back. Because you guys were right from the beginning. I do love Alessi. I very much adore him. He is very smart and knowledgeable and passionate, but also not too like he does kind of try to get things explained in a normal layperson way. Anyway, I enjoy him, though he does use big words, fancy words, big fancy words. She's also a former Marine. Oh, okay. Oh, you never get to tell her publicly? Well, now you do. For all of you to see, Amos loves Amy Beth. She loves her face lady, and she never gets to tell you, so I'm publicly declaring it from a mountain. From a YouTube mountain. What a declaration. I love that.
I returned.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Welcome
Back
back.
upstairs.
Oh, goodness. We haven't gotten very far with this witness, though. Oh,
I
there's
know.
elbow
I
feet.
came back and I was like the fan, of course.
Babes. Hope you're having a good day at work. We'll stop being adorable before people throw up on us. Which I don't blame them. Lady in Gray says she seems a bit shaky here, where she didn't in the first trial. Maybe she's dreading Alessi. I don't know. She's still a competent witness. She seems to be saying similar stuff to Whiffen, and from my perspective, Whiffen comes on the stand, the former cell phone expert guy from last week or whatever, did great for the prosecution. Right? You're like, oh, this all makes sense. And then defense comes and just cancels him out for a lot of people. So
Humbled him, in my opinion.
yeah, it wasn't great. It wasn't great at all. And Alessi's new to the second trial, so she maybe she's nervous because she doesn't know what would be coming from a new lawyer who questioned her the first time, guys. They need to fix the ceiling. I know, right?
Yeah, it's kind of gross. I didn't realize Alessi wasn't part of the first trial until now.
Yeah, he's new to the defense team yet. So they are having an emergency press conference about the meth raccoon in Ohio,
Oh,
according to Bells. Oh, hilarious. Hilarious. Yeah, she seems a little nervous. I mean, I'm sure she was in the first trial, so I'm sure she got some heat from some people. Because it seems like everyone that testified got some heat for either extremist side. So maybe that's something there. Why an emergency? I don't know. Maybe maybe that lady had a whole army of crackoons. I don't know. They must have nothing better to do. I don't know. Or maybe it's a public service to people be like, excuse me, please do not give your raccoons your Scheduled 1 drugs, please and thank you.
Or any drug.
We should write a raccoon movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cocaine raccoon. They've already done
Before
Dan
we
and Shark.
look at any chalk, I want you to explain the entire basis for that chalk and your ultimate opinions that are reflected in the chalk. So let's start from the beginning.
May I
And,
look at my copy of the chart or no?
Why don't I just
Your
ask you?
Honor, may I?
See if you can answer the questions and if you can first.
Yes, Your Honor.
When you looked at the phone to analyze it, were you trying to determine when a particular search was made, specifically the search how long to die in cold?
Correct. I was looking for two searches, both how long to die in CIKD and how long to die in cold.
So as a forensic examiner, how do you begin the process to try to identify and determine when that search is actually made?
So the first thing we would want to identify is what application was being used at the time to make the search. So looking at that date time stamped, it was able to, on that date, be able to determine that Safari was the application that was being used as the Google browser. And then you would begin looking at the artifacts for Safari, both those that are parsed by the forensics tools, but then further looking into the data structures that hold that data itself, and then ultimately conducting testing to determine why a certain artifact exists.
So you mentioned the beginning step is the forensic tool or tools. Did you use forensic tools to get information or parse any data regarding this potential search at 227?
Yes, I use multiple forensics tools.
Can you share with us the multiple forensic tools that you used?
Absolutely. I used Celebrate Physical Analyzer. I used Magnet Axiom. I used just the tools I used at first. I used iLeap. There are further tools I used later, but those were the three that I started with.
What tools did you use later?
Later, I used specifically, I've used Sanderson's Forensics Toolkit, the forensics browser in Sanderson's Forensics Toolkit, which helps exploit SQLite databases. And then I further reviewed in a tool called Rabbit Hole.
To begin with, Celebrate, is that a tool that you're familiar with?
Yes.
Is it a commonly used tool in the industry?
Yes, commonly used mobile forensics tool.
Is it reputable?
Highly reputable.
Why did you use Celebrate?
I use Celebrate because on any mobile exam, I'm going to validate what is captured by Celebrate and Magnet Axiom because they have the most robust parsing of what is in my tool arsenal. And then I would also follow up with iLeap closely behind because iLeap has a lot of artifacts that aren't supported by either of those tools. Using a variety of tools is going to give you different coverage, and each tool has a different perspective on how they view and display data.
You said you also use Magnet Axiom?
That is correct.
Is that a leading forensic tool as well?
Yes, that is also a leading forensics tool.
Are you familiar with that company?
I'm very familiar with Magnet Forensics. I was actually their director of forensics for 5 years, then continued to consult for them for an additional 2 years under my company Hexordia, and my company continues to be a reseller of Magnet's products.
You mentioned different tools may present information a different way. Do those tools change the underlying data at all?
That's a great question. So when we're talking about the results that a tool shows, the tools maintain the integrity of that original forensic image, and that's actually something we verify as we continue through our exams to make sure that the underlying data hasn't been changed. There are some tools, I did use some other tools, I apologize, I also used ArtX and Mushy. But the, ArtX is capital A, lowercase rt, capital E, lowercase x, and then Mushy is M-U-S-H-Y. You're welcome.
For all my friends
I'm
living
sorry,
in
can you repeat the
Louisiana
question?
who are experiencing bad weather,
The spelling threw me off.
I mentioned or I asked you
remember to
about
get in your seat,
using
please.
multiple tools and whether or not the use of different tools changes the actual underlying data.
So the actual underlying data is always maintained, and we do validate that. Some tools allow you to see parsed results and then allow you to dig deeper into looking at the actual files and data structures. Those would be tools like Celebrate, Physical Analyzer, and Magnet Axiom. Some tools show you the parsed results and tell you where they got them, like iLeap. It shows you the parsed results and tells you the file location, and then you would open that up in an external tool. And then some of the tools I used are not tools that parse the results, but are tools that allow me to manually look at the data structures. So they directly allow me to look at the data structures. And all of the tools I use in this instance are tools that do not change the underlying data.
Is it important or critical to go beyond the tools presentations and actually analyze the data yourself?
It is absolutely critical. Actually, in the NIST Scientific Foundations paper from the National Institute of Science and Technology that states the foundations of digital forensic science, it states that it is the examiner's duty to not only verify and validate tool results, but also to provide meaning to forensics parsed results.
Does software update regularly?
The software updates all the time. Typically, we get an update about once a month, and to be honest, it's not enough to keep up with how many new apps are developed and how many new phones come out and how many of your applications get updates, new features, for example, maybe in Instagram or Facebook. So the tools update very, very regularly.
When you use the Celebrate tool, to analyze the 227 search. Did the search How Long to Die in the Cold have a timestamp on it?
There are actually multiple artifacts for How Long to Die in Cold. Remember earlier we defined an artifact and we spoke about it was one of the types of traces. So there are multiple traces for that How Long to Die in Cold. Only one of them is associated with the 227 timestamp, but there are other instances of evidence of that was parsed by Celebrate.
Is there any danger for an untrained eye to rely simply on the software when looking at a search like this, How Long to Die in the Cold, and seeing the 227 timestamp?
Absolutely. There's a really scary danger that an examiner who has not dug into the artifact and tested to see what it means may assume erroneously that the 227 timestamp is the time that what is there is searched. The search in that field of that artifact is going to always be the most recent search in the tab, but that timestamp actually means either the time that that tab was backgrounded or if it's the first time the tab's been opened, when it was opened. So you could erroneously implicate a search was done hours or some time period or even days before it actually occurred. Some of us leave our tabs open forever.
In your teaching,
Me.
examiners and students,
I'm
do you
that person.
teach about this specific concern and concept?
Yes, I teach about this concern both in my mobile forensic analysis class, my mobile forensics course that I teach at George Mason University in their digital forensics master's program, and in the data structures course where we specifically learn how to analyze these databases in question.
In your experience, how common does an untrained examiner make this mistake?
I wouldn't be able to speak to how common an untrained examiner does it, but regularly my students get those questions wrong on earlier examples I give them in class to kind of indicate to them that they could easily make mistakes without understanding meaning, and I use it as a teaching aid. So teaching, 90, 100 easy students a year, I regularly see that in untrained examiners that I'm teaching in my class, but I wouldn't be able to say that across the discipline.
You mentioned that Celebrite showed the search on the report as How Long to Die in the Cold with a timestamp of 227. Is it 227:40?
Right, I'll
Yes,
be back
that's
in an
correct.
hour. Go
Do
down
you
the
know
floor
whether or
then.
not Celebrite has updated its software?
In May, Celebrate of last year, Celebrate made an update to their software actually to remove this artifact because of its ambiguity and the risk that an examiner may overstate or misstate what it is.
Is this ambiguity reflected in other types of software?
Could you rephrase, please?
Sure. For example, when you did a report in Axiom, did it have similar reflection in the report?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
Did you run a report regarding this time frame through Axiom software?
I did process the image through Axiom, yes.
When you did that, was it the same or a different result?
Axiom and Celebrate really show their data very, very differently. So Celebrate takes a perspective of alerting people to possible deletions by annotating either a question mark or a red X next to artifacts that come from different areas. Magnet instead marks if the artifact was parsed or carved. I feel like now I need to explain to you parsed or carved. So parsed means that the data was where it was expected to be found, and the algorithm was able to cleanly see that this is there. Carve means that it had to run that algorithm against the data structure as a whole and found it as a partial result. So it carved it out, went and found it, instead of it just sitting there exactly where it was expected to be, and shows you both the results. So it'll show all of the results of, in this instance, the the sessions, tab sessions, but the data browser DB, the tab state, it's going to, instead of telling you this has a red X, it'll instead say it was carved. So it's a different presentation of the same data.
And so I want to talk about deletions in a little bit, but I want to get back to the 227 search.
Sure.
So when you produced or you looked at the report for Celebrate and it showed this timestamp as well as the phrase, "How's long to die in the cold," where did you look? How did you make an analysis to determine whether or not that search was actually made at 227 or another time? What was your next steps for us?
So in looking at that timestamp, the first thing I did was actually go and look at what literature exists on the artifact, if anybody had reviewed this artifact before. I also created my own data set and tested how we could get what that timestamp means. So if I make a search in a tab, and then I make another search in a tab, which timestamp is it? If I make a search in a tab and then open a different tab, what changes? I also looked at the documentation in the artifact reference guide for Axiom, which does state, it describes that timestamp as the time in which the tab is backgrounded, and it gives a stipulation that in certain circumstances, the timestamp can be earlier than the search.
Did you specifically look in any databases or for artifacts in the data to help make an analysis of when this search happened?
Of when the search happened as a whole? Absolutely. So there are multiple databases that I looked at that show search information for Safari. So I looked at the plist, mobile Safari plist. I looked at the browser state database. I looked for the history database. I also looked at the Knowledge CDB. The Knowledge CDB is a little bit different. That isn't a database for Safari. It's a database for all of Apple, so it can predict your behavior. So it takes in information that Apple wants to take in, including browser history, and it saves that information so it can make predictive information. I also looked at the caches in the Safari, which is the things that Safari is trying to make quick reference to. This would include suggested terms for commonly searched items.
When a URL or a search through Safari is typed in, or if it connects, does it leave a trace in different parts of the computer or of the phone?
Yeah, so when you actually do any search, you're going to leave traces. Now, it does depend if you are in private browsing or non-private browsing. So non-private browsing is what most of us use regularly. Private browsing might be what you elect to use. Well, some people would elect to use it if they're doing searches they wouldn't want their spouse to see, like maybe they're looking at porn, or maybe you're doing something secure like looking at your banking information. You may intentionally use a private browser. For Google users, this would be the equivalent of incognito in Google Chrome, and you may intentionally use that. And so the artifacts for that are more limited than the artifacts for non-private searches. So some of these artifacts only exist for non-private searches, and some exist for private searches.
And in this case, this phone, was it on non-private or private?
So specifically the two searches we're talking about, how's long to die in cold and how long to die in CIKLD, excuse my differentiation there. Both of those searches were done in non-private browsing.
So they weren't hidden?
I don't understand the question, yeah.
Was there any applications on to mask those searches?
Not to the best of my knowledge. I did not see any.
We began with the 22740 timestamp. The next recording on that tab, do you recall what time that was?
I believe the next, and I'm trying to remember the chart from memory, if that's correct. So I believe the next thing we're looking at is the 623 suggestion from Apple search terms for how long to digest food. Am I matching what you're seeing on your chart?
Well, let me ask you.
Okay.
When you saw that, do you look on the same tab or a database? Where do you find that information?
Fair. Understood. So all of those databases I was just mentioning before, we're looking at all the parsed results from all of those, and I was looking in the entirety of the scope from the time of midnight till noon. That was the time frame of my scope of all of the content that was done in the tabs for browser state DB, cloud tabs artifacts, history DB, mobile Safari plist, knowledge C, each one of those. And then I was combining them to timeline out the activity.
At 6:23:51, did you look into how long TIDIE in CIKD?
So that would be the next thing that we see after the Apple suggested term of how long to digest food. That's the next thing we see an entry of that. There's two immediately next to each other. I don't remember the precision on the seconds of which one's first off the top of my head, but one is in Knowledge C and one is in the mobile Safari plist.
Can they appear in different rooms in the data bank, in different places, the same search?
Searches appear in many different places. They can leave traces, such as that knowledge CDB. I love that Apple calls that knowledge. It's like what it's trying to learn. So the knowledge CDB, what Apple's trying to learn about you, as well as in that mobile Safari plist, as well as at the moment of that search, which I don't have the device in that moment, but just so there's an understanding, that open tab, the URL would have been updated, or URL is the website, would have been updated to that search at that moment. Had we imaged it at that moment, it would have been how long to die in CIKD.
And finally, at 6:24:47, did you identify any artifacts with that search that appears with the timestamp of 2:27:40 the same?
Correct. At 6:24, we have two timestamps in the same two locations for how's long to die in cold. The Knowledge C and the mobile Safari plist.
So based on your analysis in that issue, did you come to an opinion whether or not the phrase "how's long to die in cold" was actually searched at 2:27 a.m. on January 29, 2022?
There are no artifacts.
So the answer is yes or no?
Can you repeat the question,
Yes.
please?
And so based on your analysis of the phone and the data using all of those softwares, did you come to an opinion whether or not the phrase "how's long to die in cold" was searched at that timestamp tab of 2:27:40?
Yes, I came to an opinion.
And what is your opinion?
Objection, Your Honor.
Rephrase the question as to the opinion.
I'm sorry?
I'll see you at sidebar, Mr. Lessing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
My.
Okay. The amount of sidebars in this case is ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't get why they don't just do it in open court.
Yeah, I mean, I understand not wanting the jury to hear some things, but I feel like this question wasn't hard to answer. They could have easily just hashed it out right there, been done.
Yeah. And I did a test yesterday. I had left open a Google Chrome tab for a search thing that I had open from this weekend, and I intentionally left it open on my phone. And I went and did a new search. When I went back and looked at my history this morning, it shows the time that I actually did the search. Not when I opened that tab on Saturday.
Okay.
But I don't use Safari. Maybe Safari does it different.
I'm
on my Google Chrome, the minute I typed in the words is when it timestamped it. And I hit that go button. It gave that timestamp, not the day that I opened the browser tab.
Okay. Excuse me. Let me see.
So got a tab open right now because I'm going to try it again. And I've got it open in Safari. And I'm going to do a search later tonight and see what it shows.
Okay. I'll let you do it. I won't do it then.
Yeah. And my
I'll just-
IT guy was watching earlier and texted me. If anybody wants a really safe browser to use instead of using incognito, Brave browser is what he would recommend. It's called Brave. And it's free.
I've never heard of it.
Looks like a lion's head.
Oh.
So I told him, I said, okay,
Interesting.
I will have to look into that. And his
Yeah.
response was, I told you a long time ago to stop using Chrome.
Oh, it blocks ads and checkers that slow down
Yeah, it does
and
a
invade
lot.
your privacy. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you, IT guy.
So, Troy, if you're still watching, I am going to pay attention and listen after my Safari test because I downloaded Safari.
You're committed.
Oh, Shunka uses Brave.
Okay, and NordVPN.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. I don't really understand the VPN thing. I
So
feel
a
like it's-
VPN means that, like, if you use a VPN, you can, the one I use, I can pick which state or which region I want. So they can't find out that I'm actually sitting here in my house. When they try to track where I'm at, it will show whatever the VPN's using.
So, like, is that something? I sound so computer illiterate. Is that like do you download something to be able to do that, or is
Yeah.
yeah?
Yeah. I use, what is it called? I have to go look to see the one that we use.
Oh, interesting.
And I started using it because of my recruiting team that I had over in the Philippines. They couldn't get to some of the Surfshark's, the one I use. They couldn't get to some of the stuff that I needed them to because they were there. So I set them up on Surfshark and they picked Texas.
Oh.
So they're able to get in and do it, but you have to download it and pick your thing.
Okay.
So bad people will use VPN on top of another VPN on top of another VPN. So if you ever hear the phrase that it bounced around so we can't get their location, they're using multiple VPNs.
Oh.
Spencer Reed would be very
Okay.
proud of me for explaining
Yes.
that.
Well, so would Llama.
So,
Oh my goodness, that's awesome. Yeah, I kind of thought it was like it comes with your your computer and it's just set.
Yeah. No.
Here you go. Sorry, you guys.
See, we all learned something new today.
Lessons with Terry. I can't even blame that one on the baby brain. I just didn't know it.
I didn't know it until someone had me do it. It was my IT guy actually who had helped me out with that with my team a couple years ago. See exactly,
my
Shunka.
dad-
You can watch
That
Netflix on
does
your.
this, Shunka.
So it helps me when I do travel international. I can still watch stuff back home because I use the VPN to watch it at home.
That's why. So my dad has a business out of the country. I'm not going to air his business. That makes it sound so sketchy. It's not. He's just a private
Protecting
person.
his privacy.
I know, but anyway, he has business out of the country, and so he does this same thing, so he can, do whatever wherever.
It helps because, like, when I was in France last year, I wanted to watch something on Netflix. What I wanted to watch wasn't on. I was watching Grace and Frankie or Frankie and Grace.
That
I
is
couldn't
such a
watch
cute
it
show.
there, so I had to do it on VPN so that I could watch it.
Interesting. So okay, cool. I wonder why they don't have it available there. Doesn't matter. It's a cute show.
Yeah. Oh, it was a cute show. Absolutely a cute show.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah, Bev, I mean, guys, I'm going to admit something. I took a shower this morning with my phone in the shower with the volume on full blast so that I could still hear the trial while washing my hair and showering. I don't know what that says about me.
We do that sometimes too.
Yeah. And then Double H comes in and was like, "What are you doing?"
Honey, this is an obsession.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done that. I've done that talking to Llama. Like, we'll be on the phone. I'm like, listen, keep talking about what you're talking about, but I need to get a shower.
See, I do it in the tub. It's not something I do in the shower. But yeah. So I needed to know. The only time I had to log out was when I did my therapy call. My therapist, I needed to listen to her instead of the trial.
That's fair. I can understand that.
So, but let's
keep
see what
getting
Bev
sent
decided.
because it's moving.
Yeah, let's see.
You've explained to us the analysis you engaged in and the process you engaged in. In forensic data analysis, is there a methodology that you use, not just looking at the printout of the programs, a methodology you use that is accepted in the industry for experts to analyze this data and come to your opinion?
Absolutely. Beyond looking at what was in the tool results, I further looked at those databases independently and conducted testing of the artifacts.
And in addition to what you did, can you share with us how and why this methodology is accepted in your practice as forensic analyst?
This methodology is accepted by NIST and by organizations like the Scientific Working Group of Digital Evidence. I'm intimately familiar as both a member of the Scientific Working Group on Digital Evidence who helps work towards the building and development of these consensus-based documents of procedures to be followed in digital forensics analysis, and as a member of the National Institute of Science and Technology, NIST, Organizational Scientific Area Committees, OSAC, Digital Evidence Subcommittee, where we also produce guidelines such as the dataset guidelines for generation of the guidelines for dataset generation, which is how you do your actual testing and creation of datasets. And I was also a part of the subcommittee that drafted that. So I'm intimately familiar with the accepted policies and procedures because I am also a member of the groups that help author these, as well as review them and look and use them.
Are there articles and guidance in the industry about this particular practice of analysis?
For analysis, just for clarification, you're talking about for analysis of Safari artifacts, of mobile forensics, of browser state DB, just for clarity on the question.
Let's work our way through it. How about
Sure.
through Safari?
For Safari, there are multiple different blogs that talk about Safari, as well as I have analysis of Safari through classes I took, such as SANS 4508, which is 518, SANS 4518, which is the Mac and iOS analysis course, which I took.
How about the specific guidance regarding searching the different databases for artifacts?
In terms of methodology for digging into databases,
Yes.
Is that correct? There are multiple, I've taken courses throughout my master's program, courses on how to analyze digital forensics artifacts, including mobile device forensics, throughout my GIAC certifications. I've taken multiple instructor-led courses on how to do these, as well specifically that cover mobile Safari history in mobile forensics at GMU in his master's program as part of the SANS 4518 class. And in terms of data structures, I've taken study on how to analyze databases like SQLite and PLIS are covered in those courses.
There are books on study on this methodology?
There are multiple books on digital forensics, many of which I've read, and including books specifically on analysis of SQLite databases, such as Sanderson's SQLite Forensics, which is probably the most authoritative, because not only was it written by Sanderson, who makes a tool, it was tech edited by 3 renowned forensics examiners, as well as Dr. Richard Hipp, who created SQLite itself.
The methodology, the technique you use to look past the reports and actually look at the data to make your determination and arrive at your opinions, is that methodology regularly accepted within the forensic data community?
Absolutely. Again, using the methodology from the consensus-based documents from the community, from the scientific working group digital evidence on best practices for analysis, as well as specifically for the SQLite databases I was looking at. I do that deeply verifying and in accordance with the understandings from Sanderson's book.
Now, you share with us that you had an opinion regarding the timestamp and whether that it was applicable to the search term, "How's long to die in cold?"
That is correct.
Now, I want to ask you, to a reasonable degree of forensic data, scientific certainty, what is your opinion about whether the phrase "How's long to die in cold" was made at the time of the timestamp 2/27/40?
It's the last time, Mr. Massey, on this issue, okay?
So, Shunka, that's interesting. I just pulled up Hixordia. I don't see that they're like certified for training on any of this. Of course, I just opened the page. So they train others on digital forensics. I'm trying to see if they, as an organization, have any stamp of approval kind of thing, kind of like a hospital gets certifications. I don't see that they do.
I'm looking now too.
I don't see anything. I mean, I'm not saying they're not reliable. I'm just saying, to me, to be an expert witness on something this, I think, has any law enforcement, federal government, or anybody put a seal of approval on this?
I'm not seeing, Shanka's not seeing anything. I'm not seeing anything.
Yeah, I don't see anything. So that's kind of like the other guy who did his own program mixed with
within. Well, yeah,
and that's the thing about data. If data can be manipulated, it should not be factual. You know, if you can download the data and it's locked and nothing can be changed, nothing can be sorted, nothing can be manipulated, I might buy into it a little bit more. Ooh, what community efforts is she part of? Watch it say that she's loves the prosecution or something. See, Lady in Gray, that's what I'm like. They're selling their own programs. I'm wondering, did they not get paid as an expert witness? They said, oh, you can talk about your stuff and maybe you'll get business from there?
Yeah, I'm not sure how that's allowed in. She has a bunch of courses.
She does, but I don't know. She's an authorized reseller.
Who's vetting that?
So yeah, these are her own platforms. So she has Magnet Axiom, recover and analyze evidence from mobile phones. Does she use that in conjunction with? Yeah, I have so many questions. I have a feeling I'm going to be calling my IT guy and having some very deep conversations about this stuff. So I'm not a nerd who likes to watch that War Stars thing, but I am a nerd that likes technology.
Terry.
I'm never going to call it the correct name again, ever.
Never.
Never. I did tell someone, may the force be with you.
Oh my goodness. I'm glad. Yeah. I was in the grocery store. There's a gentleman who said it to this lady was just packing up her car, and he was leaving after helping her, and he said, "May the fourth be with you." And she was so confused. She's what? And then he had to explain it, and poor guy. I felt bad for him.
I wouldn't have if JT and I hadn't seen the little kid's birthday party on Sunday over at the bodega. The child was turning 4. The party was on May 4th, and it was War Star themed.
Okay, that's adorable. Good planning.
I know.
Good job, parents.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Brennan.
I'm now going to ask you for your first opinion. So you shared that you have an opinion about whether that timestamp 22740 was, whether or not that was the time the search "How Long to Die in the Cold" occurred. Can you tell us, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, your opinion about whether that search, "How Long to Die in the Cold," occurred at 2:27:40 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Okay, the objections are overruled.
What I can state to a scientific degree of certainty is that that search occurred at 6:24 a.m. and was the last search in the tab that had been opened at 2:27.
Do you have an opinion, to a degree of scientific certainty, whether there was any other searches similar to "How Long to Die in the Cold" that evening on that tab?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
May I first inquire, you meant morning, I assume?
I'm sorry, that morning, yes.
Just clarifying, I did not look at evening searches. And can you repeat? I apologize. I disrupted my own train of
Do you have
thought.
an opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, whether there were any other searches on that tab before the final search at 6:24:47, "How Long to Die in Cold"?
Overruled.
Just ensuring that I have the question correct.
Please.
You're asking if what else occurred in that tab prior?
Yes.
That I cannot say with a clear degree of certainty.
Okay. Did you develop a chalk that I showed you earlier?
Yes.
Like to approach?
Yes.
Again, I show you. Same document, you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the exhibit that I created that was labeled Table 1 in the first report I had delivered.
And does that provide information that will assist us in understanding your opinion?
Yes.
I've moved, subject to redaction, that this be introduced into evidence.
Your Honor, I have no issue with regard to the redaction aspect, but consistent with my prior objections, I would object to that.
Okay, I'm going to allow this into evidence. Your rights are safe, Mr.
Thank you, Your
President.
Honor, appreciate it.
Of course you are.
Exhibit 82.
Madam Clerk, 82?
Exhibit 82.
Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 82 to the jury.
Okay?
Could we enlarge the first two? And we're going to need to get the right column in if we can, please. Thank you. Ms. High, can you see it from there?
I can. Thank you.
If you can walk us through how this exhibit assists us in understanding your explanation and the basis for your opinion.
This exhibit shows the Safari artifacts and artifacts of Google searches in Safari related to the two searches in question, How Long to Die in CILKD and How Long to Die in Cold, that occurred on the morning of November 29th, 2022 on the device under examination.
If I look at this chart and I see in the top left it says 2:27:40 a.m. and then under the search term it says How Long to Die in Cold. How do I understand your opinion that that search didn't happen at 2:27:40?
This document is showing you the data that is the parsed result. The source of that artifact that you see in the last column is a little bit cut off, the browser state db-wall file. That database does store how the data is stored, the search term "How's long to die in cold" with an associated MAC absolute epoch timestamp that translates to 2:27 a.m. That is what is physically stored. That does not annotate the meaning of that artifact. That was determined through testing following the NIST OSAC data generation guidelines for testing.
In the second row, we see a timestamp on the left-hand column, 6:23:49. And it provides artifact to cache record. What is the term, and what does that mean under the search term?
iOS Safari cache records. A cache refers to something that a computer program wants quick and easy access to. When we search on our phones, anything, a lot of times, be it in Google or in Safari, depending on what type of phone you own, it'll suggest what it thinks you're going to type in, right? So you can click it. It's trying to be helpful. In this instance, at 6:23:49, we have a cache record that indicates that Apple suggested the phrase, "How long does it take to digest food?"
And then under that, 6:23:51, it appears it says a recent web search, and the spelling is changed. How long, TIDIEINCIKD.
So this, in reference to these two search terms, this is the first actual search that occurs at 6:23:51 a.m. Upon beginning the typing of that phrase, Apple provided the suggested search, and the person inputting into the phone at that time continued to type out a phrase and finished it as "how long, TIDINCIKD," which that is available to us in the mobile Safari plist, which tracks recent web searches. And then we'll see 6 seconds later, we get that reference in that Knowledge C database that I mentioned before. That's the next line. So that's the Knowledge C database is Apple's way of keeping knowledge about what the user's doing. It sees and holds your knowledge. It's an easy way to remember it. That's what I teach my students. So that Knowledge CDB tracks a lot of things for predictive purposes. And so 6 seconds later, it's logging that same search. So that search is being tracked in 2 places.
And so one search can be left as artifacts in different locations on the database?
Correct. There can be multiple traces or artifacts of the same user action in different places on a mobile device.
And if we go down to the bottom, the last column, at 6:24:47, we again see "How's long to die in cold?" And if you look in the first column, it's the same phrase. Is that a coincidence that it appears at the bottom at 6:24:47 and also appears up at 2:27:40?
As mentioned before, through testing of the artifact for browser state DB, that artifact will hold the most recent search that happened in the tab. So it is logical that how's long, HOS long to die in cold, was searched at 6:24:18, tracked in that mobile Safari plist, repeated in Knowledge C, Knowledge made its tracking in Knowledge CDB, and then that table for browser state DB, which again has the time that the tab was opened, or the last time it was backgrounded, and updated just the website that was visited. So the website, that is why we get that 2:27 time. That's actually, as far as the data storage is, the first thing I have in there, because I want to put it in chronological time order for exhibit purposes, is actually the last thing to happen because it's the update to what's in the tab.
You offered that the "how's long to die in cold" is the last thing to happen. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the time when that search was made?
Objection, Your Honor.
To a reasonable degree of certainty, I can say that "how's long to die in cold" was searched at approximately 6:24 a.m.
Now, moving on from the 2:27 search, there are 2 other issues that you were asked to analyze. We talked about that at the beginning. Let's begin with whether or not you looked at the data and analyzed the data and came to any opinions about whether that phrase, "how long to die in cold," was user deleted on that device.
So there's two really key elements as to if that was user deleted. If the question is, did I come to opinion? Yes.
And can you explain how you came to an opinion that we'll ultimately share with the jury?
The first line in that exhibit, the ending of that, if you remember, it said browser state.db-wall. That's important. So we'll talk about that in a second. But the first thing I want to bring up is kind of how the database works, because I didn't just look at the tool result. I extracted that database and I did a deeper analysis on it using Sanderson's tool, because that information was in that -wall file. So when a SQLite database, which is a specific way of storing, very, very common on mobile phones, actually one of the most common, when that database stores data, it has two versions. The most recent version, and the version in use here, uses what's called a write-ahead log. So before data is committed, it is written to a write-ahead log. I'll kind of explain it. So let's say we're in a restaurant and we're sitting at a table and we're ordering food. Our table is the table. Data is going to come to the table, and that's going to be our food. So when we order food, let's say we've got a chicken sandwich, a burger, and a pizza coming to the table. The chicken sandwich, the burger, and the pizza, the kitchen puts it in the warming area. It's the write-ahead log. The server grabs it from there. It's where data sits before it goes to the table. Just like your food goes to that serving station before your server brings it to your table. Server brings it to the table. That table's got its burger, its chicken, and its pizza. Another table orders waffles and pancakes. They think it's breakfast. The waffles and pancakes are made by the kitchen. They're put on the serving area. Waitress comes over. This pizza has pepperoni. I don't eat pepperoni. Can you send it back? Waitress picks up that pepperoni and sends it back. That's a deletion. Pepperoni pizza was just removed from the table, right? We're deleting it. We're moving. We said it's not what we wanted. The waitress is removing it. She brings it back to that serving area. At that moment, that serving area has the deleted pizza, but also the waffles and pancakes that are waiting to go out to the table. That's how a write-ahead log works. Any changes that are happening sit in the write-ahead log until the database is closed, and then when it's reopened, all those changes are made, both additions and deletions. So often when a phone is imaged, when we make a forensic image, the applications are still open, so we have those WAL files. When we look in our Safari browser, the database knows to read it to you in its current state. So it tells you where the waffles and pancakes are going. They're going to that table. So it shows it as if it's in the table. But it's not in the table yet. So if when we parse the data and we look at the restaurant and we don't look at the back kitchen, we would only at that time see the chicken and the burger, right? Pizza got sent back, waffles and pancakes haven't come out yet. So when we get the data, we get two files. We get the restaurant, that's the database, and we get the serving area, that's the WAL file. Just because it's in the WAL file does not mean it's deleted. It means that that record wasn't where it naturally sits yet. It could be. That WAL file can contain deleteds and food or data that hasn't yet been delivered to the database. So the WAL file consists of both. So an assumption that the data was deleted just because it's in the WAL file is actually not true. And the peer review paper I mentioned earlier that I had accepted in Forensic Science International actually has a section that explains this exact presence for SQLite databases about how we refer to that as recovered and not deleted. Actually, through that entire document, we don't use the phrase deleted. We refer to things in statement of recovery because we need to determine why it's there. So we can't say that it's deleted just because it came from the WAL file. Some tools will automatically indicate to the examiner that they need to dig deeper into that. I did do further analysis by looking at the WAL file. That particular item is a little bit more complex, actually exists on multiple pages because it moves as the database is being created, but all of them have the same unique identifier. So it's the same entry. It's not more than one search of how's long to die in cold. If there was more than one search that had occurred where it became the top element in that database, we would see that. There are, as I mentioned, other carved from the database, from the WAL file elements such as the search for the YouTube video, It's Raining Men. Because at some point that was the last viewed item in a tab when that tab was retired right before, also at 2:27 a.m., but a couple of seconds before the How's Long to Die in cold search. So we can see that that table is put to the rear. The newest tab that's open, which is why it's in the WAL file, it's the most recent thing because it's like our waffles and pancakes, hasn't been delivered to the table yet. So it can sit in the WAL file for that reason. That doesn't indicate it's deleted. The second reason is there is no user interaction in the interface to delete a tab. You can open and close a tab, and open and close tabs are tracked in that database. But you cannot delete a tab. There's no, if you were to pick up your iPhone, I know you don't have them right now, but if you were to pick up your iPhone and look, that wouldn't be a physical option you have in the interface. So it could not be deleted by a user through the interface for that most basic reason.
So a user, could they delete a tab if they wanted to?
There's no actual option to delete a tab. For your web history, you could clear the cache, for example. Most of us are familiar with clearing the cache in your web history. You might do it because you don't want your kids to see what you searched, or maybe your kids don't want you to see what they searched, so they'll delete it. But you can't delete the tab history. It's just what tabs are there. The device is tracking that.
When you looked at the software, whether it was Axiom or Celebrite, when you look just at the report, not the data itself, do either of those reports have any indication noting that that web or that Safari search is characterized as deleted?
Tools Celebrite denotes it with a red X, which means that it is recovered. Axiom indicates that it is carved. In the same paper that I referenced earlier that I authored, there's a chart in there that shows the distinction between how different tools, some will use red X's, some will use question marks, some will list carved or parse. So every tool chooses to do that differently. That does not mean deleted. It means it needs further analysis.
Should an examiner who looks just at the reports of the software assume that if it is marked as recovered in Celebrite or carved in Axiom, should
an examiner should never assume something's deleted without doing a manual examination.
The manual examination, is that a method that's used, that's generally accepted in the forensic data field?
The NIST Science Foundation paper, as well as the dataset generation guidelines, both speak to conducting testing to verify and validate, and it states clearly that an examiner is to verify and validate findings and to determine meaning.
So given that you've used multiple tools to look at reports regarding this phrase, how long to die in cold, and have seen indications or characterizations of recovered and carved, and in addition to the fact that you actually analyzed the data, did you arrive at an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether or not the user deleted, any user deleted the phrase, how long to die in cold?
Yes, if it's how's long to die in cold. Sorry, trying to clarify.
Pardon me. Did you come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether any user deleted the phrase, how's long to die in cold?
Yes.
And what is your opinion?
My opinion is there was no deletion that occurred by the user because it is not something a user can delete.
Finally, I want to ask you about your analysis of the phone records on this phone attributed to Ms. McCabe. Did you go through an analysis of the phone logs and the phone records on the phone?
I analyzed the call logs and the phone logs on the device that I was given, that I was told belonged to Ms. McCabe, yes.
Would a suggestion or a claim that a user deleted irregularly a number of phone calls, would that be
Sidebar, please.
accurate or inaccurate in your experience?
It is inaccurate in this instance.
Can you explain to us why and how you came to that conclusion?
Yeah, this is actually really interesting because of what it appears in the forensics tools and additional artifacts that I looked at that are not parsed by the forensics tools. So the call logs, when you look at it, it appears, I don't remember if it's 8:57 or 8:59 a.m. in my mind at the moment, but approximately either 8:57 or 8:59 is the earliest phone call we see on the 29th of January. We see no call logs before, but we do see FaceTime logs before. So if an examiner, again, was making assumptions without testing or reviewing, the first assumption might be, well, things must have been deleted because there's data that exists before, but not current data. So then you have to go, how do phone logs work? And again, create test data and review. What the situation here is that there are 3 types of call logs on this particular phone. There's regular calls, incoming and outgoing. There are FaceTime video chats, incoming and outgoing, and FaceTime audio chats, incoming and outgoing. The storage for that is actually 200 records. Signal. So you can only store up to 200 of each. Now, if you were a user of, let's say, WhatsApp or Signal or Telegram, those would each count 2 and they'd get their own logs. So when we look at the database for the number of calls between 8:59 a.m. or 8:57, again, I apologize, I'm not looking at that precise time, on the 29th of January in 2022, there are exactly 200 calls still in that record from then until the imaging of the phone. There are 199 FaceTime video calls and only 27 FaceTime audio calls. So the question is, how do you validate that that's what's happening? So we actually have call logs that we can pick up in other places for recent call logs in the last 7 to 30 days, depending on the exact version of the device and how the biomes are running. We can actually see incoming call logs, the number they go to, and if they're incoming or outgoing in the biomes. So we actually can see the history going back for the entirety of that day on January 29th till midnight. Again, my scope was from midnight until noon. So we can actually see all of the calls. They're just not all on call history state DB. Now, the call history state DB, from a user perspective, that button on your phone doesn't say call history. It actually says recents. And what it's determining as recents is the most recent 200 of each category. Now, how did I determine this further? There is a running log that exists in a phone. It lasts about 3 days. It's called the unified log. The unified log tracks multiple things that are happening on the phone. In manual analysis of the unified log from this phone, I can clearly see each time a 201st call comes in, the 200th call gets deleted. So it's constantly just the last 200 calls. It may not be typical that we see 200 calls in 3 days, but on this device, we do see 200 regular phone calls in the 3 days between 8:59 a.m. on the 29th and when the phone was imaged.
So do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether there was any user deletions from the phone call log that morning?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
The opinion is that I can see that it's done by the device itself utilizing unified logs, that the system is deleting the 201st call every time a new call is received or outgoing.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, can I see counsel at sidebar regarding scheduling and a few things?
What? Why? You're going to be going to break soon.
So she said you can't delete a tab. You can delete your browsing history.
Uh-huh.
I deleted my browsing history for the last hour. Then when I went into my recent tabs, that tab is no longer listed in my recent tabs.
Interesting.
So how can she say you can't delete a tab? Oh, Troy,
So
if you're watching, honey, I know you're probably not because you said you're at work. I got so many questions, and we're gonna need to have a very long conversation. And I might need to see if Llama will schedule time for him to come on.
Oh, yeah, that would be
I
so
got
much
so many
fun.
questions.
Because, I mean, does she mean that you can't delete it so that it wouldn't show up on the report?
That's what I want to know. That's
Huh.
what I want to know. Because you can't, you're right. If you go into a tab, you don't hit the close. All you can do is hit the close button. It's
Uh-huh.
open or close. There's not a delete tab. But if you clear browsing, all cookies, all passwords, all everything I deleted during that time, when I went back in to see recent tabs opened, my tabs that I opened during the last hour that I just deleted no longer shows up. And I'm on my Mac. So I went and checked on my Mac. It doesn't show them as recent tabs either. So I need someone to explain that to me.
Okay.
And then the other thing, she just testified that Jen had calls for FaceTime video, FaceTime audio, and regular cell phones. Jen testified that she didn't know that you could do FaceTime on audio only calls. Because she
Which is
said, well, my kids
wild.
video me, but I don't ever take calls, just video. Then how does she have FaceTime audio calls?
Yeah. And how do you
Or am I
not know?
or did I miss something?
All right, Ms. Hyde, I'm gonna let the jurors have lunch. You can walk out after. Of course, at lunch too.
Thank you, Your Honor.
45 minutes.
Thank you, Your
Jurors
Honor.
will recess for 45 minutes before.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, follow me.
Okay.
I agree with Lady in Gray. I don't necessarily think Jen did it. If her husband's an IT guy, even if he, like my IT guy has forensic stuff because he's also a reserve police officer as well as an IT guy. I think he probably knows some ways to do it.
Interesting. Okay. No bells. She's just on 45-minute lunch.
I agree, Kelly P. It means it's deleted, but there's still a record of your actions on your phone. But that's the whole thing. Google, if I leave my tab open or what I did from Saturday, and then I typed something into it yesterday, it shows the time I typed the words and hit search. It's not showing when I did that search on Saturday and just left it open. So that's where I don't know. What is that music? Or is that a train?
I'll mute it. Do you hear it now?
No. I will have to say I cannot wait for Cross.
Me either. Oh my goodness. Is Alessi doing the cross? Is that what we determined? I think somebody said that earlier.
I think somebody said that.
I don't know. I mean, Terry just did.
I know, but I'm not on the jury.
Yeah, I don't know, because I mean, would that be independent research?
That would be independent research.
Yeah.
Just like with me having jury duty, I am refraining from going to see what is on the court calendar, the names of the people, and what the case is about. So I am not doing any independent research, and it's killing me. It's killing me.
Goodness. But you're right. I mean, I would want to go try to test it out.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I just hope there's somebody on the jury that's an IT person or has some technology savviness. Because if not, all of this just went over their head.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. But I think somebody said it was a younger jury, which maybe,
Maybe.
they'll know more. I don't know.
Lady in Gray, I'm not taking a chance
I was
just
going to
in
say, she
case they
doesn't.
find out I have a podcast. I do not want them to think I have used that or any of my PI and training tools. So I am being really good. Really good. So
They were supposed to talk about it before deliberations, but they did last time.
Oh.
Interesting.
That
Catherine,
is
I mean, it's like a
interesting.
pizza.
I mean, all she did was make me hungry.
Yeah, she talks a lot about food.
She does. I mean, I'm okay with analogies, but I haven't had breakfast yet, and it's almost noon here.
Kelly, they brought that up earlier, and from what I understand, Bev told them that they're not allowed to bring up the reliability or the unreliability of that situation.
Which makes 0 sense to me, because
Yeah.
why do you have an expert witness if you can't testify or question them about the fact they've been debunked?
Yeah, exactly. Like, the jury needs to be able to hear all of that sort of stuff so that they can make their opinion as to whether or not this is a credible person.
Right, because if it's been debunked once, that should be allowed to call in, because if they're allowed to tell us all of their credentials and why they're good, you should be able to ask about, oh, but wait a minute, you testified to this at this thing, this case, and it was proven not right. So if we can talk about your credentials, we should be allowed to talk about the defects in your credentials, in my opinion. This is why I never wanted to be an attorney. I wanted to be an FBI agent, but I didn't want to be an attorney.
You wanted to be an FBI agent?
I did. And then when my brother went into law enforcement, there was no way we were both doing that. No way. But yeah, I wanted to be an FBI agent.
I wanted to be an archaeologist. Not
Oh,
at all
really?
anything. Yeah. I wanted to be an ice skating archaeologist who was also a professional princess, which meant really that I just got paid to be one.
Now, I wanted to be an FBI agent that was a princess, and just nobody knew I was a princess in real life.
Yeah.
Because I did undercover work.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
Look, there's an Amos backstage.
Oh, there is.
Taking care of all the things.
And since Llama's not on here and can't listen, guys, I ordered her some sparkly pink nail polish, and it's being sent by Amazon. So there won't be any sparkles in the box, but I did have to order her some.
There are sparkles in the box. It's in the nail polish. It counts.
Oh, no, but I add the glitter and sparkles to the box.
That's true. I got a coaster, and it was glittered. It was glittered.
It was glittered?
It was glittered.
Yeah, but I do think Alessi is going to discredit this witness and show. I'm not going to say discredit her. I didn't like the fact that Brendan was trying to say that he didn't want her to be dehumanized.
Yeah,
How are
that's
you
not what.
humanized by questioning your reliability and your skills?
That's not how that works.
I mean, am I wrong? How is that dehumanizing?
It's embarrassing to be proven wrong in front of a group of people and whoever's watching in the world.
And you
but it's
shouldn't
not.
be an expert witness, because you should know the defense is there for you. Okay, Elbow Fee, why does this not surprise me?
I can see him running through the house. Like.
And just so you know, Elbow Feed, I don't know if Llama told you, but I live by the dinosaur park. They have life-size replicas out in the wood area, and you walk the trail of dinosaurs. They're life-size.
How cool is that? Bacon Bit wanted to be a T-Rex too.
Okay. Oh, Shanka. Okay. Challenge accepted.
Uh-oh.
Challenge accepted. I find your address. You're getting some glitter.
Have you seen how much glitter Amos has at her house?
I did, and I'm going to put all mine in a thing and send it to her because we're pretty close. Since I stopped crafting, I got rid of a bunch, but I still have quite a bunch. But the sad thing is mine is mostly different colors of pink.
That's very you. That's consistent. We like
And I have
consistency.
red, green, and turquoise.
Turquoise is that the one you got for Llama?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I did.
That's sweet.
But yeah, I
Oh,
just I don't like the fact that they said dehumanize.
Yeah.
I just didn't
That
find
was a
that an
manipulative term.
acceptable terminology.
No. Oh yeah. Well. Okay. Wait, no, not Alessi.
I'm like, Alessi cares about Karen's constitutional rights.
Yes. Brennan. I think she meant
Brennan. Okay, that's what I thought. I was like going,
Yep.
have I been wrong this whole time about who is who?
No. Brennan
I
doesn't
haven't
want to hide.
I haven't eaten today, so I will eat after midday missing. But I don't know. I'm not saying this Jessica is wrong. I'm saying just like the other guy, that data, Cellbrite has been proven it can be manipulated. And when you dump it into an Excel spreadsheet like that, you can delete the lines and columns of data.
Yeah.
It's not locked. And that's my whole thing. If it dumps into an Excel spreadsheet, that spreadsheet should be locked. And you shouldn't be able to change it. You shouldn't be able to hide, move. It should be locked. That is the only way you can prove to me that it's not tampered with.
All the data needs to be there.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So, Shunka, just so you know, they have edible glitter, and it's okay for the dogs to eat.
Huh. I didn't know that. That's funny.
Oh, yeah, pour edible glitter into my drinks. But on male dogs here in Texas, if they haven't been neutered, people find it funny to glitter the dog's balls. So you put it in Karo syrup, and then you dip them into the edible glitter so that when they're outside, their big balls glitter. I don't know why I know that.
Texas, what in the world?
I don't know. And then the dogs can lick it off because it's sweet. And yeah. So, hiya, Buffy.
Jasper's next. So the dog
Doesn't have any. He got deballed and debutted. So we got rid of his horns and his balls.
Oh, well. Fair enough. I was good. That was my next suggestion, the horns, but you're right. I don't, he doesn't have horns.
He doesn't. They've been debutted. I will say I do not get sparkly poop from the edible glitter. Maybe I don't put enough of it in my drink.
So I was wondering, but I was not going to ask.
Maybe I don't put enough, but like I know if you eat those cupcakes that have heavy food coloring in them, you'll have color, but I've never seen it from my, maybe I should pour like a whole container into the drink and see if that would give me, because if so, I might have to do that more often.
Interesting.
But yeah, we're way off topic, but I think Alessi,
midday missing, right?
it is, we've got it going at 12:15.
Oh, cool.
Because Bev is it's not always dead on.
Constantly all over the place.
I think Alessi is going to not debunk her, but give reasonable doubt about her thing. Here's my other thing. How come she's giving an opinion instead of stating a fact?
Yeah, but within the other Celebrate guy did the same thing.
because it's your interpretation and your opinion of the data. To me, if the data can't be changed, it wouldn't be my opinion, it would be fact, correct?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not a fan.
I will give Jessica's good on the stand. She's a good witness. She looks at the jury every time she talks. She uses her hands, and she tried to use. That's true, Buffy bot. I know, but still, in my opinion, it should be a fact. If it can't be changed, it should be a fact. And no matter who looks at the report, should be able to read the line item and say yes.
I agree. I mean, of course, experts are allowed to give their professional opinion, but if you're sharing the data like they have on the spreadsheets, if you're putting that information out there, it should be all of the data, and then you also give your opinion on that. But I don't think that's what was happening. I could be incorrect, but
yeah. I mean, I know things are not black and white. They're not black and white. But I do think she's a good witness. She is much better than the previous guy as far as being on the stand, her professionalism, and her using an analogy, I think will help the jurors who don't have any basic technology understanding understand it a little better. But I do think her food analogy was a little bit confusing.
I don't know that it was the best option that she could have chosen. But I do think she was agreed. She was a better witness than Whiffen.
Yes. And I do think she's smart. I do think, I mean, the fact that she's been in the Marines, she's got her master's degree. I mean, she's smart. You know, I don't know.
She's good at she's good at talking things down enough to where most people can understand it. And she's not combative, which I think is great because most of the witnesses for the Commonwealth have been combative when it came to cross.
Do you think Alessi will get her flustered?
I don't know. That's kind of what I'm saying.
I don't know if she can be flustered. She stops and
calm. Exactly. Yeah. So I don't know that I don't know that they're gonna get to her. I don't
remember her from last trial, but I saw somebody said she was there. I must have missed her last time.
Buffy, Angie, Lady Grey.
Yeah, can y'all tell me, was she there last time?
Was she? Yeah, she was there, but was
she was there? Okay.
Cross? Or did she kind of keep it even tone?
Yeah. And that's why I found it interesting that they argued so much about what she was going to testify about if she testified before. Why was there that whole thing this morning about it?
Yeah.
That I had to watch in the shower because I needed to know. Because of her head wrap.
Oh.
I noticed on her website, she also wears the head wrap.
I did see that. Her little person.
Yeah.
Buffy says she doesn't think she was combative at all with the defense last time.
I don't see her getting combative. I think she's what I call a steady Eddie. So it's going to be an interesting afternoon.
It is.
I am hoping Alessi ask about the FaceTime audio calls because that is sticking in my head and I need to know. And just so y'all know, Mr. Kelly P has not responded to my emails or my LinkedIn in mail. But I mean, he is busy, so.
That's a good point too, Kelly P. She didn't deal with the lesson.
Oh, that's right.
So?
But yeah, AJ's not responding to me so far. Next, I'm going to have to send him a certified letter. Yeah. She was, I'm reading Shunka said, she says she can't determine to a scientific certainty.
I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I do know that's why you always hear that defense and prosecution will go shopping for experts who give the opinion they want them to give.
mm-hmm. Interesting.
Uh-oh.
So, I
Kelly P
mean,
wants to know what I'm sending into who. Do not come at me, okay? I am trying to get your husband, Mr. AJ Kelly P, to come be on our show. So I've sent him an email and I have messaged him on LinkedIn. And if he doesn't respond within a couple of weeks after the trial, because I know he's busy right now, I'm going to send him a certified letter. If that doesn't work, I'm going to try a FedEx letter to him because I am persistent.
I was going to say, you are determined.
Because it's persistence that pays off. And I'm hoping he'll be like, okay, she's really persistent.
She means this.
She means it. So.
Okay, I was going to ask about that because they obviously didn't use the same medical examiner. So.
Right.
Hmm.
Right. So. Hey, we're not crazy. We are not crazy. We are very intrigued and we want to understand. I think you're crazy if you just go with whatever's said. You're not crazy if you want to understand. I mean, I'm willing to let Brennan come on too so we can get both sides of the opinion. Now, what would make me crazy if I said I wanted Bev on?
I agree.
And I do not want Bev. I would wind up in contempt of court. Llama would wind up under the court if she had to talk with Bev.
Kelly P disagrees. No, Brennan.
Yeah. And we are going to port you because our fabulous miss has made it where we can teleport you over to Midday Missing. So give us a couple of minutes. We are going to teleport you over there. You don't have to do anything. Just sit back and enjoy yourself. We will teleport you over. And then as soon as Midday Missing is over, we will teleport you back. Okay. And if court comes back, I am keeping Midday Missing short so that we do not ever step into the court. Like there will be no Terry's tips or anything. Yes, hold on to your butts, hold your arms and elbows in because we watched the movie G20 last night and the little Brit prime minister almost got him killed because he forgot to tuck in his elbows.
Oh.
It's a great movie. If you haven't seen it, go watch it. Viola Davis is amazing.
Okay, I have not seen it.
Is amazing. So guys, we will see you over on Midday Missing. Bye,
guys.